It's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Ho, ho, hold up. It's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai, and I'm here to help you slay the season. December is the month to stop settling and start slaying the savings. Slay your car payment. Lease a brand new 2026 Tucson for just $199 a month. The SUV that'll have you gliding through snow. Slay your commute. Pick from your choice of a new Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, Tucson, or any other new Hyundai and buy the 0% financing. Only at Colonial Hyundai. And slay your driveway. Colonial awards the highest trade-in values in the Delaware Valley. I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. More for your trade and 0% financing on any new Hyundai. Slay the season only at Colonial Hyundai on Route 30 in Downtown. Shop us online at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Lease Tier 1 credit through HMF. 10,000 miles per year. 10% down plus first payment, tax, tags, and fees. See dealer for full details.
Listen up, football fans. You are ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
Hey, y'all. This is Maggie Freeling, host of the new podcast, Up and Vanish Weekly. Tune in each week as Payne Lindsay and I are joined by other true crime experts to take a fresh look at some of the most puzzling crimes and shine a spotlight on the cases that have stumped investigators for far too long. So go right now and search Up and Vanish Weekly in your podcast app to follow the show. Listen for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
So we are right now in really the thick that we're counting down with the holiday season. Hanukkah, obviously the first day of Hanukkah was last night or, began at sundown, but this is the first full day of Hanukkah, and that will lead us into Christmas in 10 days. So you think of the 8 days of Hanukkah, then Christmas in full swing with the holiday season. I don't know. I really will say to you, and you can let me know, just the snow, it looked so beautiful, got me into the holiday spirit.
Oh, same here. Oh, 100%.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just, for whatever reason, we've all been so busy at the station because we do so many charity and nonprofit appearances, this time of year, and it's a really hectic time of the year for work and everything. But yeah, Dan, I really felt like when that snowfall came, and I don't know, we were playing some Christmas music, I just kind of got into the spirit.
Wait, you just started the Christmas music?
Yeah.
December 15th?
Yeah.
Wow,
well,
that's kind of
over the weekend.
That's conservative.
December 13th. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you do your decorations? I didn't get to listen to much of the morning, no?
No.
No decorations?
I didn't because we went
What a Grinch you are. Jeez.
Well, no. So we'll get into what we did Friday. So Friday was packed. David flew in, picked him up from the airport. Then Saturday, family stuff, like all day, wall to wall. Then yesterday, it was we didn't know it was going to be that level of a snowstorm. Because, where we're located, we always get a lot of snow. So even though Philadelphia, technically, they were saying 3.6 inches of snow, at my house, we got more, even though I technically live in the city of Philadelphia, but we were more in line with what Montgomery County or Chester, we got like 6 inches. But Chester County, 8 inches. Monco, depending on where you live, you can let us know, 855-839-1210. How much snow, how many inches did you get?
You got a good amount, too, I would say.
How much did you get in Jersey?
It was around 6 inches.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It was beautiful, but I don't think, in Bucks County, 8 inches. I don't think they were predicting this as big of a snowstorm. I don't recall that at all on Friday.
We because my mom was here last week. She came up from Virginia, and she was going to stay until Sunday, so we knew there was word of a wintry mix. So we sent her home on Saturday, thankfully. We did not expect the 6 inches that we ended up with. I'll put up during the break. I took a video of Callie, my little pit bull, experiencing snow. She had a wonderful time on our back porch.
Yeah, dogs, especially the younger, like a puppy, in the snow or their first big snow. It's so much fun.
Did you? So did you drive? Do you guys have a tradition of driving around looking at lights? Are you guys those types or no?
Well, I mean, we were Saturday. I guess on the way to things because we were driving out.
But you don't take a specific. Hey, after dinner we're gonna go look at lights. Because you live in a great area for it. I mean,
we do, but I mean, we're just out and about so much that it's not necessarily to look at the lights. It's usually on the way someplace. Mm-hmm. But, and then you see that we were driving out to like Royersford, that area. And so the Phoenixville, the funny thing was there's always in every neighborhood, you ever notice this? The one house where they go crazy. You know what I mean? Where they have inflatables.
It's great. You don't like it?
I love it.
Yeah, okay.
I love it. But you wonder if people are like, oh, there are these Smiths. Look at that obnoxious. You know what I mean?
One thing I do want to note, and this is kind of corny because I'm a lighting nerd. I don't know if you are, but they now have LEDs that are so good. You know how Christmas lights got so bright and gross, and I don't know. I don't like the LED lights. I like the incandescent bulbs, and I'm such a dweeb that they actually now have LED lights that replicate the incandescent bulbs. Nice. Where they do like a filament that looks like LED and then glass, it's colored. So you'll start seeing Christmas displays look like what you remember them growing up. And it's very nice to see that companies are returning to that. It's a little bit more expensive for these companies to make, but a couple of small companies like True Tone have been doing it, which have now got the big boxes to offer kind of similar options, traditional lights, or they call them vintage. So keep an eye out.
Well, you bring up a great point because one of Larry Menzie, my husband, so one of Larry's big complaints about Boathouse Row. Remember when Boathouse Row and they changed the lighting?
Yep.
And he was like, this is like, what did he call it? Like not Etch-a-Sketch, light bright games. So he was like, it looks like it just takes away, the vintage look of it. That I like the Boathouse Row where it was more vintage.
It's a warm look is what it is. Yes.
And so he was very upset about that. The trade-off is that they can change the colors, and it's pretty cool what they've done. Now I wonder, could they do what you're saying? Because they're all LED, it's all computerized and coordinated for Boathouse Row. That would be really cool if they could do what you're saying.
So to get a little nerdy, when you look at your lights, what happens is they have a diode, and they can actually change the color of the diode, those LEDs. And what happens is it's one light source that's incredibly bright. And what happened is when they changed those lights down at Boathouse Row, you're saying, I think they switched those LED lights. So each one of those lights is an individual color, but projecting its own individual color. How old lights used to do it is they used to have a filament that would be that warm kind of yellow. You looked inside a light bulb, you didn't see it. And then they would color the glass around the bulbs. So you'd always have that kind of warm glow projecting through warm glass. Now what companies are doing, because LEDs are so small and they're able to finagle them a little bit better, they're creating warm glowing filaments out of LEDs, then creating colored glass bulbs, making those filaments the same color as the glow of an incandescent bulb, sending it through the glass and then replicating what looks like old bulbs while still using LED technology.
I love this.
It's fascinating stuff.
So True Tone is one of the companies. I might have to do this. My husband especially, because he's like you, he kind of gets nerdy with, you know what I mean?
It's the industry. Because we spend so much time lighting ourselves and lighting other scenes that when we have something like Christmas lights, it's so noticeable to us. It sticks out that the lighting just looks way different than what we're used to. And that's why with LED lights, you have to filter it in certain ways. And that's why you have the whites that kind of look bluish. And that's how you get the cooler tones. And you don't have the warm tones of the incandescent lights. So, and the thing is now, a lot of companies are putting out what they're calling traditional glass or vintage glass, trying to buy into the trend without offering the actual traditional style. So when you're looking at the glass, look inside the filaments. What you want to see is a long kind of looking LED that would replicate the look of an actual incandescent filament. And then those glass bulbs are better than the plastic ones. Plastic is okay, but you want that same color going out through colored different colored glasses.
So you're capturing all the nostalgia. It's the way
Yes.
that everybody remembers it, I guess.
Yes.
Oh, I love that, Dan Borowski.
Sorry, I'm a big
No, I
writing
love
nerd.
that.
Yeah.
So let us, we want to hear from you. 855-839-1210. Just let us know if that's something, if you've been doing, if you've been watching, all the above. So we'll take a quick break. We want to talk about Friday night, what we were doing Friday night. It was an incredible event. And we just want to, take you through a moment, show you, and you can hear some of the sights and sounds of Friday night. So we'll take a quick break. Around the corner, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Who all was there? We will name names. If you're watching us on YouTube, I hope you are. Make sure that you push the like button and all that good stuff. But the Dawn Show continues right after this.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Bills Happen.
That office lunch can be a budget buster. We spend an average of $108 a week on work lunches, up from $88 a year ago, according to new numbers from Easy Cater. Ed Jertson of the Engaged Wealth Group in Chicago says going out for that little lunch could be a big drain on your budget.
We all need to eat, but we all don't need to eat at that cost and that price point.
I'm Rob Hart.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey, Bills Happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to BillsHappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to BillsHappen.com. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow. BillsHappen.com is safe, secure, and all online. Just remember, when you need cash, go to BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com for the cash you need now. BillsHappen.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When it rains in Philly, your roof better be ready. I'm Merrill Reese. Don't wait until winter blitzes your home. Call the team at Impriano Roofing and Siding, protecting local homes for over 50 years. From roofing to siding to energy-efficient windows, they do it right. No gimmicks, no pressure, just honest work and great savings. Before the next storm hits, visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, your home's first line of defense.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
So I want to hear how you enjoyed the snow. Dan Borowski's pup in the snow. Is this the first big snow for your puppy dog?
She's seen it before, but only like sprinklings, not where she can get down and dirty and all up in the snow. So we put her out on the back porch and youtube.com/@1210WPHT, enjoying out back of the snow. And
she's like, look at her tail.
Look at how cute she is. Yeah.
Callie.
Yeah, Callie. Little rescue pit bull and wonderfully accommodating to the baby. And I just highly suggest if you guys are considering adopting a dog this holiday season, Brandywine Valley SPCA has a huge mega adoption event. $35 to adopt a dog. Go check it out. It's really worth it. You saw Tangy earlier get adopted. One fantastic story that was done.
Yeah, we love our partners with Piazza Pets and the Brandywine Valley SPCA, and they really have branches all over, but they have a great event coming up. But overall, I would say, generally speaking, maybe this is the time of year for you, or maybe not. I would just say this, because we talked to Sarah Smith about this.
Yep.
You never want to go, hey, here's a puppy, or here's a cat. You don't want to surprise somebody. It's not a great gift, but the gift of adopting within your own family is a choice, because maybe you're off work. That's why I think a lot of people will, say, you know what, this is a great time of year to bring a puppy home.
Yeah.
So, or a kitty cat.
Get them. Yeah.
So Friday night, oh my gosh, packed event. I don't know how many hundreds or 1,000 people. It was just waves of people coming in to just an incredible record setting. This is Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation 6th annual Andy Chan, obviously holiday fundraiser that benefits many families. There were moments of hugging, of emotion, of tears, but joyful celebration of life, of course, of Officer Andy Chan, who just passed away a week before the event. And Mark O'Connor, obviously we've had him on a lot, but I thought that NBC 10 did a fantastic job of wrapping up the event, capturing it. And obviously Mrs. Chan Tang was there when she spoke. I mean, this huge event indoors, this is their new venue, but I mean, you could have heard a pin drop as she was speaking. As I said, she is somebody who is titanium. This woman, as a caregiver for 6 years and celebrating her husband's life as a local hero. So here's NBC 10. Kudos to them for being there, for doing an incredible job. We just wanted to share in the evening if you weren't able to make it.
Tonight, it was all about honoring Andy Chan. His wife took to the podium, thanking everybody for being there tonight, thanking them for their love and their support over the years. She says, although Andy may no longer be here, his love for this city will live on.
You see Gritty
Packed inside
and Swoop.
Craft Hall, officers, family, friends, and even strangers came together for the 6th annual Andy Chan Holiday Block Party.
It's a tough night tonight. But it's also a beautiful night.
That was Kyle Cross, by the way.
This time, instead of raising money for Chan's medical bills, everybody, including his wife Tang, was there to remember him.
We're all grieving together. We're all going through this together. We're all one family. So Andy will want to be here.
Chan, a Philadelphia Highway Patrol officer, died earlier this month after he was struck by a vehicle 6 years ago while on duty. Tonight, his wife took to the microphone thanking officers and the community for their continued support.
I feel better he's at peace. And I know I'll see him again.
The block party was hosted by the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. There was food, music, and raffles, with all proceeds going to a good cause. Police Commissioner Bethel says it was also an opportunity to heal.
When we come together like this and we bond and we talk and fellowship, this starts to help us heal. And so I'm just honored to be a part of it.
Although this block party may be a little different than years past, Chan's legacy and love for the city will live on.
He's at peace now, and and he continues to
This
serve.
is John
His
Kitzinger,
name,
by the
through
way,
his name
with the AG's office, Attorney General's office.
and his spirit, for many years to come, this party will continue and will help other families of the fallen.
All of the money raised tonight will go towards the family of Andy Chan, as well as 10 other families of fallen or critically injured first responders. In Fishtown, Kelsey Kushner, NBC 10 News.
Yeah, great job to Kelsey of NBC 10 in that. A lot of comments as Commissioner Bethel was there taking pictures with people. I think this is one of the best police commissioners that we've seen. There's no nonsense with him, but always says the appropriate, right, prayerful thing often. I really like our police commissioner. And just kudos, obviously, to our friends with Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. This was an incredible event. So many of you there. Two things I will say. One is Stephanie Mack, love seeing you. I did fulfill my promise. I brought her a cute little Santa's elf costume. She didn't put it on. It was
come on!
No,
So
she didn't put
you
it
went
on.
through all that and she didn't do it.
She did. That's all right.
Oh.
And it was fun to see. Zioli was broadcasting from literally because inside the center there, the craft center, they have that pirate ship. He was there. Got to see friends Justin
did you join
and
him?
Matt. Yeah, I went up. I got to climb up the ladder in the pirate ship.
So the question is, we were talking on air. Did you ever follow
I
through?
couldn't find the hat. I
Oh.
tried to find the pirate hat, so I just brought him a Santa's hat.
Okay.
So what are you
Yeah.
putting up? Video of the... But
No, there is a question though.
What?
Was there any video of Road Warrior doing the Macarena?
I didn't see, I saw you, John, but I didn't get video. I did get video of Greg Stocker dancing a little bit with Gritty.
Wait, did you?
So I should have sent. It's like from behind, but
Oh no, send it.
happen?
We
All
got
right, I'll
to
send it.
we got to play that.
Here's my confession.
Uh-huh.
I didn't want to say this. So you know how they had like the silent raffle. So I was putting in for everything. So I won the Grateful Dead like gift package thing, but I had to go pick up David because from the airport. So I gave Stephanie Mack. I was like, "You take it." So then she
No.
sends me like because you don't know what you have to be there to get the thing that you put in for.
Mm-hmm.
But it was the Grateful Dead like package or whatever. So I thought, let's give that to like Greg Stocker or whatever. So she's like, "No, I'm a Grateful Dead fan." I was like, "It's
Really?
yours." Yeah. So
Wow,
it's kind of cool.
That's-
But I didn't tell Stocker because I thought that I'm sure he'd love it.
Now, since it's like a police event,
Yes.
and they're giving away Grateful Dead stuff,
Yeah.
did they include any of like the seized, drugs? So yeah, take
Not
these mushrooms with you.
Talking about the music,
Yeah, here's a tab of
t-shirts.
LSD to go along with it.
I love it. But no, it was best ever. I loved the venue, great food, great people. It was just great seeing all of you. Thanks for coming out. Just can't wait for the bike ride for sure.
Does Greg know that he almost had the chance of this Grateful Dead package?
He doesn't.
Oh.
Hopefully.
Sorry,
I was hoping because Stephanie, she's gonna tell him at some point. Yeah, haha, I got it.
Is she going to tell him that she was the one that prevented him from getting it?
No, I hope not. Like Ixnay on the egg gray. Like don't tell, don't ask, don't tell, Stephanie. It was great to see you.
Suze also says, "I saw you, Dawn." Suze loves Jeffy.
Yay! It was so fun to see you guys. It was, and weren't you thankful that it was indoors? Not out this year. It wasn't in the Old City location. It was at 901 North Delaware Ave, which I love the venue. Thank you because they had law enforcement and making sure we were safe. So free parking, accessible. It was fantastic.
I would hope that law enforcement would be there to make you safe.
Yeah,
It's
but,
a law enforcement.
I'm just, I'm just saying, not for nothing.
Hey, well, Suze
Perfect.
Loves Jeffy's on my mind. I don't know if it's
Suze.
Suze Loves Jeffy or another Suzanne, but it looks like someone actually hunted down our baby registry, and sent us a little gift card, and only signed it as Suzanne. With no last name. And we just received it. We just checked our mail and dug through everything and found this. And Maisie's like, do you know who this is or what this is? And I don't know who gave it. So if it's you, Suze Loves Jeffy, or if it's another Suzanne, I cannot.
Or Susie Cool.
Or is it Susie Cool?
Or is it Susie Cool?
I don't know, but whoever it was, I cannot thank you frickin' enough for just an absolutely beautiful touching thing for
So
us to
nice.
stumble into the other day. So thank you.
Yeah, just to take you back 11 years, Susie Cool was the first one with the Zioli when Rich and Bridget had Patrick and organized the whole
so it's probably Susie.
gift. So
if
I'm
it was
thinking
Susie,
it might be Susie Cool.
Well, thank you, Susie. I appreciate it. Yeah. And no last name, and I sincerely
let us know.
If it is you, Susie Cool, and there's some way I can write you back a thank you letter or shoot you a picture of our beautiful little one, I would love to. So thank you, guys.
Yeah, let us know. We got to hear about it. We got to hear about Happy Holidays, Piazza Days. Get clearance deals on select 2025 models. Piazza Honda, 0.9% for 60 months on a brand new Honda Ridgeline. Lease a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month or Honda Pilot for only $399 a month. Both of those, by the way, that's for 36 months. Hurry in to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, where we just were for the big Piazza Toy Drive with Salvation Army. Thank you. Experience the wonder of Happy Honda Days while the clearance deals last. Shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Gold is now over $4,200 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar. All week, Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcashforgold.com.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring
Dan?
all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow. Billshappen.com is safe, secure, and all online. Just remember, when you need cash, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to nordvpn.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Little joy to the world, courtesy King and Country. Thanks, Dan Borowski. You found this over the weekend, Dan?
Yeah, I stumbled upon them when I was listening to a playlist on YouTube Music, and their music is epic. It's really good stuff, and I'm late to the party. I mean, this came out about 5 years ago, but I'm loving their stuff. So, nonstop since Saturday, I've been playing this album. This is Little Drummer Boy. Go check it out. Good stuff.
Yeah, I love that.
Or Drummer Boy Christmas is what it's called.
Drummer Boy Christmas, King and Country.
Yep.
By the way, we do have today, 3 p.m., President Trump will be, there'll be a ceremony there as they're celebrating Border Patrol and that sort of thing. So that'll be 3 p.m. Tomorrow, Vice President J.D. Vance in Pennsylvania. So we'll talk about that.
Where's he going?
Well.
Do you have a
I believe it's is it Lehigh University? I think he's in the Lehigh Valley. But I had seen that. So I always want to give you the calendar updates.
Allentown.
Is it Allentown? Okay, FMZ. I'm looking at Vice President J.D. Vance. He's going to be talking about the economy, and this will be Lower Macungie Township tomorrow. So it's, Lehigh County Warehouse. He'll be there. So visiting Pennsylvania tomorrow. A couple different
clearly don't know
locations.
my counties well enough. Sorry.
What's that?
I don't know my counties well enough, apparently.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I cut you off there and said it was. Did you see, though? Do you think he'll address it? I'm sure you covered the significant vandalism, the Allentown lights situation.
They had to actually call off
so
the lighting,
sad.
which is a sin. Do you have that? Is that what you want to go?
No,
to?
well, I'll have pictures here in a second, but I just thinking if JD's going to be there, I hope he addresses it because.
I think they've fixed it at this point, but they
Okay.
did have to put off their lighting because of the significant vandalism. Look, I hope they catch who did that. Obviously, there's a lot of video nowadays, so hopefully they're looking. That's what I saw the latest. They're looking at all the different surveillance cameras so they catch the vandals.
Yeah, thrown up there. It's kind of snowy, so you can't really tell what it
Yeah.
is, but it was lights and poles
that.
and just everything knocked over, and yeah, it's sad.
It's not funny. It's very costly. So we will have, he'll be at Uline Shipping Supplies, the vice president, Lower Macungie Township tomorrow. And that'll be starting tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. The vice president will be here. So literally
Well, I know what we're beginning.
23 hours. Yeah, I know
Our
we'll
first hour.
probably be taking. Huge crowd. Won't be as cold, by the way, as we've seen it. You know, here's what I will say about Vice President Vance is they're trying to talk about tariffs, the economy, the affordability situation. I think that Vice President J.D. Vance does a great job of explaining the optimism of this administration, that things are being turned around, but it has taken them 10 to 11 months to try to turn things around. And so I think he always explains it in a way that I think it's important to explain to people, not to go, oh, nothing to see here. That's not the point. The point is we had disastrous policies. The people have been stuck. We've been stuck paying for policies that are very expensive, such as subsidizing ACA. So let's not subsidize that. Let's fix it so we don't have to subsidize it, right? So there's the way that you explain things to explain what's going on, turning this around, and they're crediting, among other things, tariffs. I know some of you, and we had some conversations last week with all the different nonprofit events. Some of you are not crazy about the tariffs. Some of you are now slowly being convinced that maybe that's the way to go. So we'll, take your pulse on that one, if you will. 855-839-1210. All right, I know I have to take a break because we have a great guest just ahead, Dan Borowski, making sure that we have. And I don't know, have we heard from Ian and Frank? By the way, saw Ian and Frank, took some great pictures as they were there Friday night at the Families Behind the Badge event.
Awesome.
But I think that they're on the road this week. So I think they're not in person. Are they today? Or are they?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't heard from them.
Because they're taking Surge Philly on the road. So this week they are in Texas, and they're headed directly from Texas to Arizona for the big Turning Point USA, the AmFest, that's happening this week as well. So hopefully they'll be able to do some reporting for us. So we got all that and more. Great guests coming up. Stay right there. This is the Dawn Stensland Show with Dan Borowski, executive producer Jimmy Kelly, taking your calls. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
The Wrap Up the Year sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitude X for just $369 a month for 36 months. Need something bigger? Get a new 2025 Ram truck with 0% financing for 72 months. Or a new 2026 Ram truck with 0% financing for 60 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to learn more.
Investors love to celebrate the market hitting record highs, but forget just how fast the market can drop to record lows.
Robert Turpak. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. Today, when I look at the stock market, it's doing very well right now, but the stock market always crashes and you lose money. Crash Proof Retirement gives me a wonderful peace of mind. I don't have to worry about the stock market going up and down. In 2025, I was earning 6%. I never lose that 6%. None of the vehicles have any kind of hidden fees or any upfront charges. I've never lost any money. I have positive returns and I have no trouble falling asleep at night.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365 for ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
On this Monday morning, December 15th, a ton of breaking news at this hour. Arctic temperatures, deadlines you need to know about, President Trump in the news. But I will begin with the story that is breaking right now. Thank God. The FBI has stopped what is being called a planned New Year's Eve terror attack by a pro-Palestinian cell, a terror cell that was existing in the nation, here in America, in Los Angeles. So this is the FBI Director, Kash Patel, announcing this, just announcing it. 5 members of what he calls a pro-Palestinian extremist terror group arrested in connection with an alleged plot to carry out coordinated bombings in Los Angeles New Year's Eve. Credible imminent terrorist threat. That is the word. That's the official post on social media by the FBI Director Patel. They say that these were 5 different locations across the city of Los Angeles. And they're saying that this was radical members of an offshoot of the TILF group, Turtle Island Liberation Front. That from the FBI Director. I know that Pam Bondi, you saw, had reposted that. But 4 of the suspects were arrested in Lucerne Valley in the Mojave Desert, where the extremists are being accused of testing these improvised explosive devices, these IEDs, A fifth person they say was caught in New Orleans while planning a separate attack in New Orleans. So the question is, if they were coordinating and they're not all from Los Angeles, they're from across the country, is this a situation where they're looking at perhaps other suspects within this organized terror group? Yes, a cell living, and they were saying "death to ICE." By the way, that was one of the slogans that they had put up. They had a Palestinian flag brandishing signs like "death to ICE." Wow.
Is there some kind of like ramping up or something happening in the Antifada community? Because we saw Australia, now we're seeing this.
It's because it
seemed quiet for a little bit, and now
it's the beginning of Hanukkah.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of
Makes
this
sense. Yep.
is, unfortunately, it's anti-Semitic, but it's also anti-Christian. So you think about the next 2 weeks, because Sunday was sundown, Hanukkah begins, and then goes 8. So today's the first full day of Hanukkah, but that leads us right into, heading into Christmas week. And so a lot of this is timed to attack Jews, to attack Christians, not just Americans, but specifically religious based. So thank God, kudos to our law enforcement. The holiday, unfortunately, if you're in law enforcement, FBI, or just law enforcement in general, you think about all the security that was ramped up over the weekend, even at synagogues and churches, because of what was going on. Brown University, you think of Bondi Beach in Australia. You think about, for law enforcement, a lot of overtime this time of year. And I'm grateful. I mean, for Larry and I, we host, we're so honored to host every day the New Year's Mummers Day, parade here in Philadelphia, and all the security that goes into that at the federal level, state level, with our great Pennsylvania State troopers, and then at the local level with Philadelphia police. We just appreciate you keeping us safe and making sure that the parade and all the mummers, and the mummery and everything, that it goes off. And people don't even have to think about the safety thanks to our great law enforcement.
Well, now we are thinking about the safety, though. And that comes my next question, though. I mean, something like this happens, right? And the reason that we know about it is because the U.S. Attorney's Office and FBI director are telling us about it. It's going to strike up fear ahead of these, New Year's Eve events and Christmas events. Is it not beneficial sometimes to kind of keep this, if it's something that happened in a secret community, to kind of keep it, keep it out of the public eye? If we thwarted some kind of...
No, because I believe that what they're trying to do is to say that, we're going to catch you.
Yeah, I know it's kind of...
This is thwarted, and we're going to, whatever...
I'll wear Greg's hat for a second, because I know what he would say here. It's political grandstanding, is it not? From Trump and his friends?
I don't... The fact that they foiled it, and they're calling them a far-left group, and then everybody praises it, I think that they're trying to affect their psyche. To say, we will hunt you down, we will...
You have no
shut
chance.
you up. We will shut you down.
Don't even try.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I think that's the philosophy.
I could buy into that. I like that.
Yeah.
That's
part of it. There's other breaking news, and the other breaking news of the moment right here is, and this has to do with the murder of legendary director Rob Reiner, his wife, who in her own right is a producer as well, Michelle Singer Reiner. But if you haven't heard, and we've been reporting this from Kale and Company, I reported at 6 o'clock this morning that Rob Reiner and his wife were murdered. In fact, they were, really butchered, if you will. They were murdered on the beginning of Hanukkah yesterday. And it was a family member, one of their daughters, who found them in their home. Now, the latest breaking news is that Rob and Michelle Reiner's son, Nick, is now being held in jail on suspicion of murder. Bail is set at $4 million. This is widely being reported by law enforcement sources being quoted with knowledge of the case, confirming the arrest of Nick Reiner and that he is facing these murder charges of allegedly murdering his own mom and dad. Police now apparently he was arrested in the 5 o'clock hour this morning, but this is now, it's being widely reported. Their bodies discovered Sunday afternoon by their own daughter in their Brentwood, California home, and then pronounced dead by LA Fire Department paramedics. So the paramedics were the first to arrive, being called 911, being called by the daughter. And so they had sealed off the home, were quite tight-lipped about it, but now we do have an arrest. I believe, according to law enforcement sources, their own daughter, a sister, is naming to police who she suspected and naming her own brother. So one of their sons had long been reported to have addiction problems and drug problems, but had turned his life around. So it's just, it's a horrible story. Obviously,
That's so sad.
it really is.
Oh,
It's just, this time of year, it's just, but in this case, Rob Reiner obviously became famous as Meathead, if you will, on the Archie Bunker show many, many years ago.
Created all the Polish stereotypes. Well, actually, me and my friend were talking about that. He fought against the Polish stereotypes because Archie was the one making the stereotypes, and Reiner was always trying to make a point, and
yes,
usually had some kind of, intelligence behind said point, even though I highly disagreed with most of the points he was trying to make. So he made Polish people somewhat smart, so, But
I
I'm
forgot
sorry.
about that. I totally forgot about that, but you being Dan Borowski.
Yeah, oh yeah, I've been called Meathead my entire life.
You have?
Oh yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, how many Polacks does it take to screw in a light bulb?
Oh my
all those Archie jokes. But no, this is Spinal Tap, one of my favorites. Amazing movie. Princess Bride, grew up on that one.
Yes.
A Few Good Men. It's just artistic genius. And
great Hollywood director.
I don't think any of us in this audience would agree with his politics
No.
at all. But it's just sad to see someone that, I'm a younger guy, so I didn't watch All in the Family when it was on TV, but I grew up with it on Nick at Night, so I grew up with Meathead. And then to see Spinal Tap in my coming of age years, and he's been a part of my entire life in one way or another. So to hear him,
anybody
it's sad.
alive. You think about some of the great, to your point.
Yep.
That's just it, multi-generational.
Something he's done has touched you at one point. Yeah.
I would say for kids, my teenage son David would say, "Oh yeah, we all have something we relate to." And MeTV keeps shows like Archie Bunker. All those shows, they're classic, they're epic. But LA Police Department, if you haven't heard, the breaking news just happening just minutes ago. They are saying that initially this morning, since 6, we heard apparent homicide. By all accounts, their throats were slit. They were stabbed to death. And so in law enforcement, when somebody's stabbed to death, especially on a holiday, what does that tell you? It's a crime of passion. It's personal. But in this case, we now have the official confirmation. 32-year-old Nick Reiner, their son, is being held. He has been arrested and being held on a $4 million bail. That's the latest from their records, their own son. And this is the legendary director, his wife, Michelle. But yes, Meathead on the Archie Bunker show.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's so sad and a real family tragedy. People magazine had labeled the son right away, but they were an outlier until just now.
Yeah. And just want to read some of the directing credits the guy has. Not even his acting credits. Spinal Tap, The Sure Thing, Stand By Me, The Princess Bride, When Harry Met Sally, Misery, A Few Good Men, and The American President. Everyone's seen at least one of those. I can tell you that.
And so he and his wife, Michelle, they met on the New York set of the romantic comedy When Harry Met Sally. When Harry Met Sally. That's how they met in, I believe, the 1980s. So they've been married for, obviously well over 30 plus years and have 3 children together, but 4 in total because of previous relationships. So it's a family tragedy as well. I know President Trump had released a statement based on the politics because I think he was reacting as well. A lot of Democrats, the Obamas, and I know it's a political story, but it's also a story of a family tragedy.
He's a leftist activist, if you want to talk the politics of it.
Huge progressive activist. Some people saying, hey, maybe you should focus on parenting. Because some of the comments by, I know, look, I will say this. Some people commenting, well, maybe he should have focused on parenting rather than politics. I think this is a tight-knit family. If you look back at the pictures with the kids, I mean, this is a couple. You can say whatever you want about Hollywood couples, but they would defy the image of, anti-family. This is a close-knit Jewish family and very loving family. I mean, with their kids, and they're a couple that's been together, 35 years or whatever. So I think this is more of a story, it looks like, of somebody with mental health and drug problems. But my God, the violence there. It's not a firearm, it's a knife. Their throats were slit, and their own daughter finds her parents on a holiday. Yeah, it's horrifying. So we'll continue. That's the breaking news right now. I know people want to make it political, but I think Dan and I are on the same page here. It's a family tragedy during the holidays, and it's just so sad to me personally. Yeah. It's a developing story. Stay right here. We're going to bring you the very latest. So Dan Borowski, thank you for setting up our next guest. She's right around the corner. So
Can I just tell you
what?
I love this woman, Senator Kristen Phillips. I just screened her call, and she goes, "Congratulations on that." We were just talking about the baby, and she's just a a wonderful person. Yeah, she is. So don't mean to step on your teeth there.
No,
but
not at all.
Yeah.
So obviously in Pennsylvania, Kristen Phillips Hill will continue the conversation. Really, Zeoli and I had part of this update from the Zeoli show Friday night. It was great to be with because I'm still Zeoli's Padawan, as you know. But this really stems also from the news that happened with our state senator, Kim Ward, the conversation. And this now is a story with legs, as we say. So what am I talking about? Does Governor Shapiro have a woman problem? I don't know, but we're talking to a lot of powerful women. So we'll continue the conversation. A lot to talk about with Senator Kristen Phillips Hill and much more right here on The Dawn Show.
Hugh Douglas here. Make your tailgating holidays count with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. You can save $3 on 1.7-liter bottles of Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, along with Tennessee Honey and Fire. Also take advantage of additional holiday savings with $2 off Gentleman Jack 750s and the new Jack Daniel's Coca-Cola Variety 6-pack of ready-made drink cocktails in a can. Stock up now at your local fine wine and good spirit stores this holiday season. Celebrate responsibly.
Breaking news. TurnersvilleJeep.com is reporting Jeep headquarters just released the lowest Jeep lease payments in years. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get into the Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck of your dreams. And with payments anyone can afford. Do not delay. These rock-bottom payments will not last. Go to TurnersvilleJeep.com and lock in one of these historic deals today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with exciting news. Bentz Dental Group now has 2 board-certified prosthodontists. Dr. Bentz's daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, successfully completed her board certification. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call my friends at Bentz Dental Group 610-272-6949 or visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
This is Jared from Passarella's Pizzeria and Italian Kitchen in South Jersey. If you're looking for your new favorite meal to order on game day or any day, you have to try Passarella's. We deliver all around Morristown, Voorhees, and Haddonfield, and it's only possible with our partner, PDQ POS. Their system makes processing orders and managing deliveries as easy as it can be. If you're a business owner looking for a point of sale system, contact the experts at PDQ POS. Visit their website at pdqpos.com and tell them Jared sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Are you referring, your line of questioning, I don't appreciate the tone of it, but are you referring to the ads that were run after the polls closed?
You were in a number of television ads with regard to the election. Can you share with us how the costs of those ads were covered?
Senator, I have no idea what you're talking about. I ran for re-election in November. Obviously, I was successful. That's why I'm here before you today, and that was funded through my
General,
campaign.
and congratulations on that. But these commercials were after the November 2020 election, and they were television ads about the election. These were not election related to your particular campaign.
I don't know that I know what you're referring to. I'm more than happy to learn more about it and provide you with whatever answers that you're looking for.
Very good. We will certainly follow up, and hopefully you will be able to remember making those ads, obviously, as well as to be able to tell us if, in fact, the taxpayer dollars or non-taxpayer dollars were utilized for those ads.
So what you're hearing, this back and forth, and it's important because this is, Senator Kristen Phillips-Hill putting this out on social media so you can see it for yourself, but Dan Borowski just playing it, and she represents, by the way, the 28th district in the Senate of Pennsylvania, the state Senate, but obviously serves as Majority Caucus chair. And so let me ask you something. As we welcome in Senator Kristen Phillips-Hill, did you hear anything other than a very professional person asking a question? And you hear that, and this is what State Senator Ward was referring to when somebody says, I don't appreciate your tone.
Your line of questioning, I don't
do you hear
appreciate
that?
the tone of it, but are you referring to the ads that were run?
One more time.
Are you referring?
Does anybody hear a funny tone?
Line of questioning, I don't appreciate the tone of it, but are you referring to the ads
the tone?
What is your tone? What is your tone? So Senator Kristen Phillips-Hill joining us live now. First of all, good morning. Thank you for being here today. I don't hear a tone. What's your tone? It's kind of an unusual thing to say, especially when you hear the very professional manner that you're asking the question. It was important that we play it a couple times. Senator, thanks for being here this morning.
Oh, thank you so much for having me on your program, Dawn. It's always great to join you and Dan and all of your listeners.
So what's going on here? Here's the thing. State Senator Kim Ward, we had, and usually we have so much breaking. As you well know, State Senator, your time is precious. But we really spent time on this to wrap our brains around it and try to understand it. Does Governor Josh Shapiro, does he have a woman problem? Meaning a a strong woman, women who are strong women on both sides of the aisle, not just because you are a Republican. That's the difference here, right? So what do you think as you go through, and now I'm hearing this from all these different, very powerful women, then as well, Kamala Harris, the Veep,
I do have Kim Ward's audio if you want to play that back.
Let's play that.
Examples. You know, Kamala Harris, Senator Kristen Phillips Hill, and me. I haven't really seen him, and maybe he has, and I haven't paid attention. I haven't seen him snap at my male colleagues in that same kind of belittling manner, right?
Right, because this stuff that you and I are talking about as women, as professional women, it's a vibe. You know.
Absolutely.
We know, and that's really what I'm asking you. I know that you gave me the examples, but what I mean is that really that's your vibe, that you're being treated differently by him because you're a woman, not because you're a Republican.
Yes, and because he's irritated because I'm questioning him. I have legitimate questions. I haven't seen him do that to my male colleagues.
So, Senator Kristen Phillips Hill, is this the pattern that you're seeing? And do you think this is, just take me through, is this what you're seeing?
Absolutely. You know, this was during a Senate Appropriations Committee public hearing. It was back in April of 2021. And then Attorney General Shapiro testified before the committee. Now, the question that I asked in advance was, I wanted to know how much money he had spent in lawsuits against the Trump administration during its first term. Because every week it seemed like we were seeing another press release that he was suing President Trump and his administration over something. And I could tell he really didn't want to answer that question. So then I pivoted to ask the question about the television ads that ran right after the polls had closed in the 2020 general election, where then Attorney General Shapiro claimed that after all the ballots are counted, Joe Biden will be president. I thought to myself, this is really an odd television ad to see running, since as our Attorney General, he was the chief law enforcement officer of this Commonwealth, and this was before the results had even been declared. I thought, we need to get to the bottom of this. There was a huge amount of distrust during that period, and it was just so odd. So I was interested, who was paying for these ads, since it featured General Shapiro in his official capacity, and there was absolutely no disclaimer. And then you can see what his reaction to my line of questioning was, where he said, you know, he didn't appreciate my tone. So I literally, at that point, take the video clip, send it to my 3 children, and said, what do you think about my tone? My daughter was the very first one to get back, and she goes, oh, you're really being nice to him. She said, you're being very patient. She said, you would never have been that patient with me. And, right? So who is a better arbiter of a mother's tone of voice than her own children? And my kids just didn't see it. And then listening to your conversation with my dear friend and colleague, Senator Kim Ward, I really do think it's interesting to see how women can be treated by Governor Shapiro. And you reference the article in The Atlantic where he was interviewed and he was asked about what Kamala Harris had wrote about him in that book. Now, I can't repeat it since I don't want to be the cause of your production crew having to find the bleep button. But he just used an expletive, which is not surprising, and he flat out said that her accounts were blatant lies.
Yeah.
Wow. Senator Kim Ward questioned him. He denigrated her as chirping. And then he even asked reporters to, and I quote, consider the source. This was on very legitimate issues, like the sexual harassment allegations in his own administration, and then that U.S. Steel deal that saved literally hundreds upon hundreds of jobs in Western Pennsylvania. So after you see those things coalescing, plus my own experience, you start to say, is this a pattern or a coincidence that we're seeing this out of the governor with how he reacts to women who have the position to question him. And it's on really important issues. I was asking him about how our state is spending money. Senator Ward was talking about jobs. I was talking to him about election integrity. And, after sitting through those Senate Appropriations Committee hearings for several years, I can tell you that I have never once heard him say to any of my male colleagues that they are chirping or that he doesn't appreciate their tone. And he has this facade that most people see in him. And that's one thing, right? He has this very, very carefully calculated veneer. But after you listened to Senator Ward on your program last week, I can tell you, between Kamala Harris, Senator Ward, myself, I'm starting to see some chips in that very, very carefully applied veneer that he has. And I'm glad to be on your show because I think it's important to provide that additional context to that important conversation that you started about his vibe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because, and part of this is on our side of the aisle, as far as conservative women, we don't play by the other rules. In other words, the other side will go with that victim mentality. Oh, I'm a woman. It's bizarre to me because I feel like as a woman, we are often the titanium, right? We keep families together, communities together. But that I'm the victim kind of a mentality, or maybe claiming a label that the other side does, that they focus on the label or put themselves in a box. Our side is conservative, strong conservative women. I don't hear, we don't say these things easily, in other words. And that's why I think this is important that I'm hearing, on this side of not just these are top Republican women, I would say yourself as well, State Senator Kim Ward, but other friends of mine who are talking about this as well. And I think it's important to point that out. Our side is not into this. We're not into this victim mentality or this putting ourselves in a box. Well, they want to discriminate against me because I'm whatever box I'm checking. That's not what this is about. And so that's why I wanted to take a minute to outline it and say, what's going on here?
Well, I can tell you this. I think that my Republican female colleagues are some of the strongest women that I know. There has never been a victim mentality amongst any of them. But what I do see is a great willingness to speak truth to power, to call it like it is, to elevate that conversation. And when this happens to me, what I say is, we need to push harder. We need to dig deeper. One of the hallmarks of good government is transparency, but it has not been a hallmark of the Shapiro administration. We have to call that out. Right? We have the governor's top staffer credibly accused of sexual harassment in the workplace. He's slow to react. He left the individual in question in his role for months upon months, released conflicting timelines. In the end, taxpayer settlement, $295,000, non-disclosure agreement. And it just kept leading to more questions and greater concerns for women who work in the Shapiro administration, right? So it's been really interesting. During this federal impasse, we're seeing him crisscrossing the mid-Atlantic states. He's campaigning for various candidates. At the same time, he's using partisan attacks on our members of Congress, touting how many individuals were going to lose food stamp benefits during a prolonged impasse. He shared maps on his social media sites, but only hitting Republican members of Congress in Pennsylvania. What's that about? And then, he talks about the impact of the federal budget impasse, specifically how many people in each benefit would lose SNAP benefits. He was really worried about these benefits, but again, was he really being transparent about what this was all about? He went to the trouble of signing an emergency declaration on SNAP benefits, and he's out there campaigning and putting promotional media or promotional materials on social media. And again, we're looking at him going, my goodness, he's more fixated on Pennsylvania Avenue than Pennsylvania. And, now, again, we're seeing another major issue that Senator Kim Ward and others are calling out. And we're just assessing the tip of the iceberg, and it is this mail fiasco. So again, we're not seeing a lot of transparency about this from the Shapiro administration. And you probably, I believe you talked to Senator Kim Ward about it. The Philadelphia Inquirer broke the news. The mail vendor the Shapiro administration had put in place fails to deliver 2.7 million pieces of state mail for PennDOT and Department of Human Services.
Yeah.
Then over the weekend, another news article comes out. It's now 3.4 million pieces of state mail. Never reached its final destination. So, driver's licenses, vehicle registration renewals. But let's talk about what the governor's been talking about, which is SNAP. Because more consequentially, we're talking about renewal notices for SNAP benefits. So while he's been very worried about landing his political punches, he's not been worried about actually running the state. So this government contract, he said, didn't get funded. Well, I'm struggling to understand this because the governor was funding all kinds of things during our 4-month-long budget impasse, but didn't understand that he needed to actually fund the vendor that got the state's mail out. So again, we find out about this major issue, 3.4 million pieces of mail not getting delivered through the media, not from the governor as he promised, because he said, of course, he's going to be the most transparent administration in the history of Pennsylvania. And it's the media that let us know 3.4 million pieces of mail were stuck, not a forthcoming administration. So we're calling him out. He's not happy. 3.4 million people are now in the dark about their vehicle registration renewals, about their SNAP benefit renewals. And as a mother, let's talk about something that's even worse, administrative hearings for child custody cases and child abuse clearances. So this governor has left children in really vulnerable situations because the mail has never reached its destination, informing children's custodians of hearing dates. And guess what? We haven't heard anything from this administration. It's been crickets.
Yeah.
So, we don't have answers from the governor. And I can tell you this, I know my female colleagues well enough to know that they're going to ask him. And what's his response going to be? When strong Republican women who care about people ask, is he going to demean us again and say, oh, you're just chirping? 3.4 million pieces of mail just never delivered.
Yeah, and in this one, and I know that they did, somebody within the state, and they called it a snag. So they said, oh, they quickly fired this, private entity. So they did announce, the Department of General Services did announce, I guess on Friday, they updated this. To your point, 3.4 million pieces of mail, including time-sensitive renewal documents or notices delayed for delivery. And so I guess now they're out for delivery. The problem is, think about this time of year right now. So they're out for delivery. Well, the mail, this is the biggest crunch of mail right now of the year because it's right, we're in Hanukkah, then Christmas. And so that's probably going to cause a delay. But yeah, they actually called it a snag. I was looking at the news release.
A snag. November 3rd to December 3rd, no mail went out from PennDOT. No mail went out from Department of Human Services. So, Dawn, you couldn't renew your driver's license. You're going to be traveling for the holidays. Did you get your vehicle registration renewal? You couldn't get your SNAP benefits. But he cares more about TikTok videos. He seems very heavily invested, as, of course, we know that he doubled the number of his PR staff from when Governor Wolf was there. So instead of being our influencer in chief, how about we get some answers from the chief executive? Because, Dawn, these are really serious concerns. And I sit here and I wonder, what's next? Department of State issues licenses for physicians, for barbers, for a whole host of professionals that provide essential services to people across the Commonwealth. What about DEP? I don't know. They issue all kinds of permits for people to build things that make our economy go. I don't know what's going to be revealed tomorrow, but I can tell you this. We certainly need answers.
Yeah, and part of the transparency piece as well, I know that, and it's not a surprise, the media is saying, oh, the Shapiro administration quickly fired a vendor, so they're blaming the vendor. But my question about the new vendor, because now there's a new, it's like, I think it's a 7-figure contract. Did they not pay the past vendor who did not deliver? So everybody's sort of throwing the old vendor under the bus. So I think that's another question. To your point about transparency, we saw this, and that's what State Senator Ward and I were talking about, the fact that there were all those subpoenas issued for the $1 million in upgrades of the private family residence for the First Family of Pennsylvania. And again, I don't have these answers. They're just not. I don't have any answer to the subpoenas or to any of these things that you're bringing up. Which, by the way, that's your job, right? We're supposed to have transparency.
Absolutely. And this governor has been very, very vocal about his administration being so very transparent. Legislators shouldn't have to issue subpoenas to get the information that the people that they represent deserve. They're the people who pay the bills. We need to make this public. And it's unfortunate when you can't get a straight answer out of this administration. It's unfortunate that when you do ask those questions, you are demeaned and belittled. But I can tell you this. No amount of demeaning or belittling will stop Senator Kim Ward or myself or any other of the Senate Republican women, or for that matter, the Senate Republican members, from getting to the bottom of this. We take our fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers of this Commonwealth very, very seriously. And if the governor's not willing to be transparent, we'll do whatever needs to be done to make sure that the people know.
And as far as that goes, I also have to believe that the state treasurer, Stacey Garrity, who has announced a run right against Shapiro, but she's somebody who's the money expert. And so I wonder what, if anything, the office of the Treasury, what she can do, or what she has the power to do, but no doubt working with you guys to figure it out, to protect our precious tax dollars, right?
Absolutely. People work hard to send their tax dollars to the Commonwealth.
Dan Borowski pointed this out about you, and I wanted to look at a positive note, and this is Senator Kristen Phillips Hill, by the way. But one thing that Dan writes to me, this is a really cool thing she did. This is how Dan is so positive energy, Senator. But he talked about what you've done as far as teaching certification categories and redefining which grades a teacher can have, like early education, grade school, high school. The teachers
can I actually
teach.
just?
Yeah.
I don't mean to jump in here.
Dan,
before
explain before you went into journalism and communication, right? You were an education major in college.
I was an education major in college, and one of the biggest things, one of the most anxiety-ridden things, Senator, was trying to decide where you wanted to land yourself as a teacher, whether that's elementary or early education. And because what happened is, once you made that decision, you were limited the rest of your career to kind of be within that box. And while there's still that box, because there are designated things that these teachers need to learn, early education for younger children is quite different than what high school teachers learn to teach older kids. You have done a great service for teachers out there and expanding the categories and what grades each of these individual categories can teach. So I just wanted to highlight that, because I don't think you're getting enough highlight, because it started off as a bill that you had written that was kind of it kind of died in the Senate, but it was transformed into an education bill, and your name kind of fell off where it should be. So I just want to highlight your role in that, Senator.
Well, Dan, you are so very kind, and thank you. And I can tell you, long before I was a state legislator, I was a school board director. And I experienced frustration with the narrowing of those certification bands that limit the grades that educators can teach when I was looking to appropriately staff schools with trained professionals. So not only were teachers being held back from moving to a different area to teach, going from first grade to sixth grade, but school districts lacked flexibility in making sure that they could staff their buildings appropriately so that they could maximize those personnel resources, which teachers are part of the most important part of delivering education in a classroom. And so it was creating problems not only for educators, but for administrators, and it was to the detriment of our children. And I will say this, it's amazing what you can accomplish in Harrisburg when you don't worry who gets the credit for it. And so to me, effectuating good policy, getting good work done for not only my constituents, but all Pennsylvanians, means that if you can put that type of language into a broader code bill as part of the budget, you get it done. So I'm glad to hear that it would have benefited you in the classroom. I'm hoping that it benefits students, educators, and administrators across all 500 school districts in this Commonwealth.
Well, Senator Kristen Phillips Hill, Majority Caucus Chair, obviously serving York County, serving Pennsylvania here. Thank you so much. And we hope that we keep in touch and we keep after this push for transparency. But Merry Christmas to you and to your family. Thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Oh, thank you for having me on, Dawn. And I really do appreciate the opportunity to join you, Dan, and all of your listeners. Mm-hmm. I wish everyone a very happy Hanukkah and Merry Christmas.
Thank you so much. Make sure you follow her, and it's just at Senator Kristen with a K, Senator Kristen Phillips Hill. Thank you.
Told you she's a wonderful person.
Yeah.
Well, you knew that, but to the audience, yes.
Yes, it's funny in Pennsylvania, we do have more than ever, I think, all these like strong women. They happen to be conservative women. Mm-hmm. But I don't know that we've had this many conservative women, like a coalition in a while.
I think we're really on the road, and it's pretty awesome to see, to have a state that might be coming up run by a coalition of strong-ass conservative women that are ready to run stuff. It's awesome. You got Stacey, you got Phillips Hill, you got Ward, and I would love to see it. I'd love to see it.
Well, but you'd love to see it because, like, here's the thing about it that I always push back because I'm not like a check the box kind of a person. Yeah. That's why it's an important conversation. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, well, I'll tell you why. I mean, you can call me sexist all you want. It's generalization, but women are much more ready to lead with their heart, I would say.
Is that what you want? People to lead with their heart?
No, I want a conservative to lead with their heart. And I want a compassion conservative, and I think you can get that with a woman, a female conservative. I look at the way that my wife thinks and the way that I think, and to get to the end result is a different path that I think us here in the state of Pennsylvania could use a different flavor on, and that might be a conservative woman versus the standard white Democratic male that we keep seeing with Wolf, with Shapiro. And that's why it excites me. It's not great, it's women. Yeah, let's break the glass ceiling. No, it's from a diversity of thought standpoint, something we haven't had here, and we're seeing great work done by these women here in Pennsylvania. I'd love to see leadership. See what they could do if they had full leadership of the state.
Do you agree with Dan? 855-839-1210. No, I'm having a little fun with you.
Oh, no, please, I can. Yeah.
But
I love it. Yeah.
It's We've never had Mayor Sherelle Parker.
Mm-hmm. But she's Democrat.
Is the first as a Democrat, first moderate. Woman mayor.
Yeah.
She's not progressive.
But I mean, look at the amount of change we've seen with crime under having a mindset that's more conservative and female, compassionate, leading, driven.
I would say, and then in Pennsylvania's never had a female governor. I would say this about Sherelle Parker. she was tougher. If we're being really honest,
Mm-hmm.
she was tougher on crime than David O. She
Yep.
talks tougher about
Yep.
crime than David O. Like, remember,
Mhm.
I mean, this was my turning point.
I
when
love
she-
David, by the way.
And we love David.
Yeah, he's a great
He's
guy.
Military, like,
Don't get
we
me
love
wrong,
David.
but he was, yeah.
He was not going to support things like stop and frisk. She was the only one.
Yep.
Came out and said, no. Whatever tools in the toolbox our law enforcement needs, I'm for it.
I remember we held his feet to the fire because he wouldn't embrace it. Well, she did as
Nope.
a Democrat. Yeah.
So sometimes I think on these issues, that's what's interesting. Yes, compassionate, but at the same time, sometimes you see the women coming out and saying they're actually tougher.
Yep.
You look at the women in the Trump administration.
Mhm.
Sometimes like really tough on things and no tolerance for things like, crime.
Yep. Yeah.
Because why would we have tolerance for crime? Makes no sense.
No, and it goes back to compassion too. I mean,
Yeah.
if I have a woman speaking to me about changes to the criminal justice system versus a male, and I'm a black individual, I probably am going to listen to that female's ideas much more than that stodgy old white male.
Well, that's not nice.
It's true.
But see, that's because you've been programmed to think. Like, we shouldn't have. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable with the whole box checking thing. We got to get away from the boxes. Why do they have to know?
Well, no, I mean, it's to the point of David O, though. The reason he couldn't come out
Oh.
in favor of stop and frisk is because he, as a male, even though he's not a white
he
male,
felt like
he would lose voters because of it,
Oh.
because he's not being compassionate. He's not thinking about the mothers who have their sons that are being stopped. And meanwhile, Sherelle can be a mother who had a son being stopped and speak out about it as she did.
I just think it's the bottom line is be true to what you believe in. And that's part of where I'm going with Josh Shapiro is that I think no matter who you are, no matter what you're running for, what office, whether it's the presidency, a governorship, etc., if you want a job, a political career so badly that you're willing to say anything, you're not going to get the job. Because we all now have our meter up, if you will, on what's authentic and what's not. And if somebody is betraying who they actually are because they want that job so bad, we all know that person. But especially in politics, they're not going to get the job because they're not being authentic with what they really believe in their core. That's my, that's.
I'm sorry for the silence. I just think it's a great point to end on.
Yeah, be authentic.
Yeah.
Be best, baby.
You know what else is authentic?
Oh.
The great country of Portugal.
Yes.
And Spain. España.
Portugal, beautiful. I mean, not that I've been there, but Ken Chase and all of you.
They all say it's great.
I know. Say, oh my gosh, Portugal, Spain. Can't wait for spring. Come and join me 10 days next spring. We're going to go. And this has been designed by Conservative Tours just for you, just for our audience, our listeners at 1210. Dining at the wineries, rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the entire event, along with 4-star accommodations. I can't wait. I'm so excited. 5738 includes airfare, your airfare, my airfare from Philadelphia, the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, the fun of strolling Alphamas cobblestone passages, and we're going to do this together. And we're going to have so much fun, and we'll be taking selfies and group shots and having a blast and going to those scrumptious seafood restaurants, enjoying that. Abidos, Fatima, of course, Fatima. The Elegance of Coimbra. Call now. This is booking up very quickly. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. And oh my goodness, I can't even fit everything in. That's why I keep saying just go to conservativetours.com, scroll all the way down. You'll see the itinerary. What about the beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais? That alone is amazing, but there's more. We will discover together Portugal's answer to Tuscany. I'm talking about the Douro Valley. What are you laughing at?
They're asking if that is an authentic Portuguese escort.
What? It's authentic.
But no, it's every time you talk about the Portuguese escort, they underline that term escort because our audience is our audience.
Because you guys are being silly.
They have to be.
Get your brain out of the
Sorry,
gutter.
Just got me this time. It
Silly.
made me giggle a little bit. Sorry about that. Continue.
The history, the cuisine, all of our camaraderie, and that's just it. We laugh, we have fun. It's awesome. The unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. I'll see you, Bellum Tower, conservativetours.com. Let's do this together next spring. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
The price of gold has risen to $4,000 per ounce. There's never been a better time to sell your unwanted gold jewelry. Immediate Cash for Gold is hosting a major buying event today through Thursday at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Bring in your unwanted, broken, or forgotten gold jewelry, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches. You'll receive a free evaluation and get paid cash on the spot. No pressure, no obligation. Top dollar offers are being made all week long. If it's gold, bring it. Gold chains, rings, earrings, bracelets, charms, estate pieces, even single earrings and broken jewelry. There's never been a better time to sell your gold jewelry than this event. It's going on today through Thursday from 10 to 5 at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Don't wait. Clean out those jewelry boxes and turn your valuables into instant cash. Again, turn your old jewelry into instant cash today through Thursday at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Sponsored by ImmediateCashForGold.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season. With Rescue, that feeling starts now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sale lets you save up to 78% off on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best. Enjoy every festive moment. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials. Powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, online at res-q.com for up to 78% off this holiday season.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Thanks again to all of you. Friday night, an incredible, successful night. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, the Andy Chan Holiday Gathering, and nonprofit fundraiser. Thank you. It was great to see you, hug you, take pictures. We'll talk about it all week. Dom Giordano Show is getting underway. Dom, I hope you've been keeping warm. Have you been loving the snow?
Not icy yet. Germantown was relatively ice-free, not as much as usual. Hey, Dawn, Steve Feldman with us from the ZOA here locally, and I think the point he'll make, I know I'll make, in the light of Western civilization under attack this weekend. I know you and Dan were talking the L.A. thing with another attack. What's up with the Philadelphia public schools and their fascination with attacking Israel and attacking Jews?
Yeah.
Endlessly.
Dom Giordano Show starts right now.
Gold is now over $4,200 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 35 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 5 days only, Monday through Friday, 3 locations. Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, St. David's at the Radnor Hotel, and in Cherry Hill at the Doubletree. Gold is hotter than ever, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Good Monday. What a weekend. Army-Navy game, never better. Particularly some of the stories, and you'll be hearing them. I taped them on Saturday. I ran into a guy, Henry, who was the long snapper in an Army-Navy game. I didn't ask him to demonstrate the game was on there. I was tempted to. The 40-yard pass, that type of thing. Another guy who was aboard the Alabama when they filmed Crimson Tide. And he saw it up close and talked about the film and the dilemma. And he was the torpedo armor guy, the guy that arms the torpedoes, etc., for firing. So certainly somebody who's, I ran into at least 3 or 4 people there that we taped that were involved in nuclear-powered vessels and what that's like. All right, so I'll tell you more about that throughout the show. Just a great group. If you were in the Navy, you were in the military, you got to check out NavyLeaguePhilly.org. You may want to join. Fabulous event over there in Manayunk with them, with the Army-Navy game. Hope to do it again sometime. And as I said, just the wealth of people that I talk with and the different things they've done in the Navy were incredible. By the way, a couple of sad to see Rob Reiner. I have a cut of Rob Reiner, who was respectful when he was interviewed by Piers Morgan with the passing of Charlie Kirk, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. They've arrested the son. Who knows what went on there? But I interviewed Rob Reiner once, and I never forget it. It was at the Melrose Diner, and I think it must have been the Eagles, either the game before or it couldn't have been a Super Bowl. I think it was before the NFC Championship. Or no, it was the parade. And here we're babbling on because he had a book about Russiagate. So he really did have Trump derangement syndrome by that point. But the other time, he was a good guy. I was standing there talking to Ryan Howard when Rob Reiner was over my shoulder. Yo, Rob, come on, I'm doing the interview here in the Phillies clubhouse. But he knew baseball, and he was a good guy. I mean, there was no problem. You know, there was none. Later on, if this had been years later, God knows with the Trump stuff. So this weekend, I think of our great friend Scott Jennings, Mediaite, which covers all things in the media. Henry, want to take a wild guess? I don't think you had a chance to see it. They have their top 75 people in the media. Ooh. No, Scott is not number one, although they capture it well. The side glances he does are like Jim from The Office. they capture it well. Yeah. All right, who's number one? It's a startling choice in the media.
Number one in the media.
Yes, all media. Podcast included. No Joe Rogan, I'll tell you that.
Okay, all right. That was where I was
Thank God he's not number one.
Jennifer Welsh.
She's in there. She's in the top 60.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That woman, her face gives it away.
Yeah.
She is beyond vicious, beyond just a creature of just being demented on the other side, and podcast extremism. The face is frozen into that resting, you know what? Yeah. When she's on the Abby Phillips show, it's unbelievable. Good try, though. No, it's the five. Oh. And I think that's smart because the five, at least in cable, has the number one show routinely. And why is that? Well, they're talking about the big issues of the day, but there's something about it. I use Roe as a gauge that appeals to people that are not overtly political, like maybe talk radio listeners. They want to hear the politics, but it's done in a cheery, the banner back and forth. My only gripe is, and Jennings agrees with me, there should be more debate on that show. Debate is silenced by the person on the left. But, you know, do Fox viewers they want to have a person there that's a punching bag. So, you know, it's not quite like the Abby Phillips show where Jennings is able to shine. But the five was voted number one. Now, Jennings' book, Scott Jennings, How Trump Came to Washington, you know that part. You know the part about taking on all comers for the United States. But isn't this weekend another example on the attack on Western civilization? That's what these Islamic radicals are all about. This Bondi Beach is world famous for surfing, sun. It's, you know, I think North Wildwood's beach is better, but I'll give them their credit for now. And, of course, in Australia, they have taken away guns, pretty much. The police, and I don't doubt the police had a bad weekend. The FBI had a good weekend. But these Keystone cops, and one guy I think could be a DEI guy there in Providence with Brown, they don't know nothing. They're not telling you nothing, and anything they do say is off. So where are we with the guy that shot up and killed students? Well, the professor is very much connected with Israel. The economics course they were studying for is very prominent. There's a theory that it could be about that. Usually I would say it could be just a nut who gets a weapon. But given it happened on Hanukkah, you got to wonder. With the killings in Australia, I think I have, this is cut 9, probably the most, I'd love to interview this woman. I don't even think she knows too much about basketball, just by how flippant she is. She's the coach of USC, which has gotten some prominence. They got killed in the game on Sunday or Saturday, whichever one it was. And listen to what Lindsay Gottlieb says about the Brown shooting, not realizing when she talks about we're the only nation where stuff like this happens. Yo, lady, how about Australia? Maybe you don't recruit in Australia. And she and Senator Murphy from Connecticut were the worst. Here's the coach of USC.
Before we start, I came out from the game and had a million text messages about a mass shooting at my alma mater, Brown. So that's hard. Doesn't need to be this way. Sending thoughts and prayers to my teammates who have kids there, to the parents who have to worry about their children. I'm just going to end it with that, but just to say we're the only country that lives this way. The college football cycle has been in the news a million times, and are we going to report about this? Like, it's the guns. We're the only country that lives this way. Parents should not have to worry about their kids. I have a teammate who has a daughter who is in the basement of a library because they don't know what's going on there, and she's flying there tomorrow. So just wanted to start with that because I would be remiss if I didn't mention that's going on, and hopefully everyone, is safe and praying for peace for those who've lost people. And that's that. It's more important than basketball.
Australia is out there, too.
with that.
Tell us about the guns, Lindsay. You tell me about the pick and roll. I have a lot of doubts about the pick and roll too much. Anyhow. Okay. Here's Chris Murphy. This is cut 5. Now, this is the angle of the media with the Brown shooting. They can't do too much about Australia. And we're going to talk to Steve Feldman, the local ZOA. When are the Philadelphia Inquirer, when are other people going to take a look at the outright anti-Semitic stuff, anti-Israel, anti-Zionism, with all these figures that run social studies and curricula and all the rest of it in your Philadelphia public schools? If we're going to, light candles and say, oh, my God, let's pray, well, let's take a look at the Philadelphia public schools, because in Australia, this was a long time coming. Apparently, there's rampant anti-Semitic rallies and things of that nature. And the people there are still not calling that out, still not saying this is an issue. They've imported this. Chris Murphy sees something else, though. He sees the Trump cutbacks as the genesis of the Brown shooting. Here's Senator Murphy.
Not shocking, because over the last year, President Trump has been engaged in a dizzying campaign to increase violence in this country. He is restoring gun rights to felons and people who have lost their ability to buy guns. He eliminated the White House Office of Gun Violence Protection, and he has stopped funding mental health grants and community anti-gun violence grants that Republicans and Democrats supported in that 2022 bill. So he has been engaged in a pretty deliberate campaign to try to make violence more likely in this country. And I think you're unfortunately going to see the results of that on the streets of America.
That's a pretty big statement. He's in a campaign to make violence more likely?
Of course. I mean, he's knowingly restoring gun rights to dangerous people. He is cutting off grants that have bipartisan support to try to interrupt violence in our cities or to try to get necessary mental health resources to families and children in need. The evidence tells you that when you stop funding mental health, when you stop funding community anti-gun violence programs, when you give gun rights back to dangerous people, you are going to have an increase in violence that is knowable and that is foreseeable.
All right. So this is going to be the narrative. It's Trump, and it's all these cutbacks, and the FBI has cutbacks. It's all these distractions. It's all those things. That's what this is about. When the police there are an example of how messed up you can be as a police department. The whole operation there at Brown, up and down the line. And I don't know that we're any further along at this point in time. The police are searching for a person in the one surveillance video they have. Was this based on anti-Semitism on Hanukkah? I'd say it could be 50-50, but not sure about that. So we'll have to let that go. The vice president of the college Republicans was a young woman, outstanding young woman who was killed. Hard to say he would have targeted her, though, that it was that detailed. We'll see. Maybe throughout the show we'll have more. All right, we're going to talk with Steve Feldman, as I said, a little bit later on. Let me give you the side question today. Dana and I discussed this a while ago, but it came up with Henry, and I think we finally got a good beat on it. I think it'll be fun. I think you'll have an answer. It's a little more challenging than the average side question. The last couple of days was Taylor Swift's birthday. What's she, 34, 35, something like that? I thought she was 33 last year. Yeah, something like that.
She is 36.
Oh, whoa, well.
Getting up there.
Okay, getting up there, yes. All right, so Dana and I had this contest one time because of Sinatra, I think when he reaches 100, something like that. Who is it that will still be pretty widely? They don't have to be a complete household name. Let's say 25 years. Who is it that will still be famous? Not just a little, you got to dredge it up, but, if not top of mind, somewhere around there we'll accept. Now, President Trump is never an answer. Trump is going to be famous for probably hundreds of years, even though at the speed of how things change. I would say, I mentioned Sinatra. Sinatra is still going to be there. I'm going to say boldly, not that I'm going to say they'll still be performing 25 years from today. I'm going to say the Stones will still be widely known.
Interesting.
Yeah, because I think they'll still perform for another 5 years or so, maybe. And I would say Dolly Parton is going to be widely known. So any walk of life, it could be sports, politics, religion, media, who will still be widely known? Henry, what do you say?
Yeah, I'm going to take someone off the board that I think has really resurged his career after a little derailment in the late 90s, early 2000s. I'm, of course, talking about action movie star Tom Cruise. I think, Tom Cruise is excellent in a lot of those 80s films he was in, starting with The Outsiders, Risky Business, Top Gun, obviously, lives in people's minds today, Born on the 4th of July. Rob Reiner's, best movie, A Few Good Men. I mean, he doesn't get much better than that. Obviously hit a rough spot, but then, has come back strong in the better part of this century with all the Mission Impossible movies where he's doing all his own stunts, death-defying stunts because he wants to make a great movie. How about him during COVID, freaking out at his cast, like, we have to do this right or we're not doing it at all. He wants to make the best possible movie, and I think because of that and the movies he's been putting out lately, we're going to see him, he might still be putting out action movies in 25 years.
He was freaking out on Oprah's couch too.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, all the 2000s freakouts, the Scientology, he has overcome that and become the best action star in the biz again in his 60s.
I would agree. That's a great one. Now, here in the future, people are going to be short, too, so there's that.
Yeah.
All right, so
We'll fit right in.
Tom Cruise.
No more lifts, Tom.
We'll still be there. All right, Kirk, how about yours?
So I think an unknown, and I think Henry will appreciate this, Caitlin Clark. She started out as an unknown, and she's like, growing in leaps and bounds. With
oh, my God, it's a dreadful future.
Well, she's got, she's...
No, I'm not saying it's not a bad answer.
Okay.
Mediaite has her in the top 10 most influential people in the media. Scott Jennings is 25th, which I think is low.
Wow.
Morning Joe and Mika are second.
Wow.
Oh, my God. That's just, it's
wow,
bizarre.
That's wrong.
Yeah.
But Joe Rogan's nowhere in the top 10. That's what I love.
They throw darts at this list? Like, all right, this person's number one.
I think the 5 is pretty good. I think the 5's pretty
That's
good.
a cop-out, in my opinion.
I agree. I
put
think
all 5 on there.
They need to redo it.
So, again, who's yours, Kirk?
Caitlin Clark.
Caitlin Clark. All right.
Collins.
All right.
We're talking about the CNN.
Yeah.
Collins.
Right.
Caitlin Clark. I thought you were going Caitlin Clark. Yeah, she should be the Steph Curry of women's basketball.
She might
exactly
be.
Right.
She might be.
Yep.
Okay, so we got good ones already. All right, you hit us with that at the end of your call. This is an attack on Western civilization. Jennings had it right in the title. How many times did I ask him about that? Scott Jennings, the title of his book. Not just America, Trump coming to the rescue of. It's Western civilization that has to be saved from itself. They won't wake up. They keep on getting killed, like on Australia, and they keep on making excuses for the killers. I have one of their, I'll play it coming up, one of their deputy prime ministers talking about diversity is our strength. Really? The people that are important, practicing the faith, and situations, that's your strength, huh? This just stone cold, outright hatred, killer mentality. The FBI breaking up a terror attack. This was going to be bombs on Hanukkah, I guess. in the desert. They captured them there, but it's Southern California. Four more. How many are in the country? How do you have these institutions, not just college, but Philadelphia public schools? And the shining light in the Democrat Party calling all this out is Fetterman. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210.
Now is the season for finding a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now during Toyotathon, lease a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $299 a month for 39 months. Or buy and get 4.7% financing for 72 months. Or check out a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $229 a month for 39 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99% per 48 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This holiday season, give the person you love a gift that lasts a lifetime. At Cozy Jewelers, thoughtful craftsmanship is at the heart of everything we do. Whether you're creating a custom piece made just for them or choosing something timeless, like a beautiful pair of diamond earrings, we're here to help you make this year unforgettable. Family owned, trusted, and dedicated to quality. Cozy Jewelers is where meaningful holiday moments begin. Visit Cozy Jewelers today. And remember, gotta be cozy for the holidays.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Yes! Take that, Beatles. Nobody will know there's a Beatles. What is that a bug? Is that something like that? They'll still be rolling on. That's not even like gravy sauce. That's not even debatable as far as a rock and roll band. Come on.
I mean,
you think they're putting up with a Yoko Ono?
Probably not.
Give them credit. Keith Richards, Yoko Ono's there. Hey, Keith, buddy, here's how we're going to do this. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you're right about that. Yeah. The American in them would not.
Oh, God, yeah. All right, 855-839-1210. That's a side question today in honor of the birthday of Taylor Swift. Who is it that will still be known 25 years from now? Pretty well known. Not, we got to look it up. Who is that? Tom Cruise was a good one. There is a resurgence there. All right. Here is the Australian. I think that's a VP. I mean, they have a different system of government. So this is one of the people that's the labor person, Lola McVoy. This is cut 15. Here's what she says following the terror attack on Bondi Beach.
I don't want to speculate on what the factors are that have contributed to this awful tragedy that seems to be of a huge scale. You know, the fact that we know that 10 people have lost their lives today is utterly horrendous. And, you know, my heart breaks for those people and their families and for the communities affected across the world. I think it's important to note that the escalation of this narrative of who we're against and how much we want to divide each other and how much we want to attack each other, that is really at the core of a lot of the problems that we have in the country at the moment. And I firmly believe that people are good and that given the opportunity, they will look out for each other. And I just want to say that as much as possible, we should try and detoxify the way that we think of people who aren't like us, because our diversity in this country is our strength. And I firmly am on the side of working together and celebrating our difference, because, you know, I was a community organizer a long time ago, and the strongest campaigns that we ever worked on were about bringing people of different faiths and different worldviews and different backgrounds together to find what we had in common. And at times like this, it makes me think of, you know, what happened with Jo Cox and her speech and that mantra that she had about more in common. We have more in common than that divides us. And that is the most true statement we can think of at very difficult, testing and anxiety-inducing times. And, you know, I wish the best for everybody watching who is feeling anxious, and I hope we do get some formal news soon.
Okay, lady. All right, let me explain the world to you. You have people that would be happy to celebrate Hanukkah with anybody. They're there on the beach having a great day. I think it was 2000. And then you have people whose sworn mission in life, be it in, remember, Western civilization again, be it in Europe, be it here, LA today, maybe Brown, be it in Australia, is to kill Jews. They hate Jews. They don't want them there. They want to kill them. You know, it must be physically taxing. Maybe not. Maybe you're just delusional that much. You don't even feel the strain of having to couch all this and to end up back with diversity as our strength. What does that have to do with anything here? No one's suppressing anything. You can practice your religion. What you can't do is seethe day and night, plot to kill Americans, to kill Jews, and to revel in it. That's what you can't do. Oh, that's depressing. You know, that's toxic that we're calling that out now. Well, it goes on day after day, particularly after October 7th. More of it happened. And it's, here's the wisdom of John Fetterman, of all people. This cockamamie two-state solution. Why would we have a two-state solution when one side's trying to kill the other repeatedly? What would that do other than give more of an infrastructure to kill more people that are Jewish? Here's Fetterman immediately after the attack. This is cut 8.
Right. And Senator, a moment ago, Lindsey Graham was with me, your colleague from South Carolina, who said a warning to anyone who is trying to say that there should be a Palestinian state. If you create a Palestinian state, what you will get are more killings of Jews. Do you agree?
Absolutely. It's an absolute betrayal for Israel and for the worldwide Jewish community, like whether it's France or Australia or any of these nations, our Western allies now calling for a two-state solution when Hamas refuses to disarm and are actively trying to kill Jews. I can't imagine why anybody would do that at this point. That is not the appropriate reward after 10/7 and this thing. So I absolutely support Israel's continue to take out leaders from Hamas and Hezbollah as well, too. They need to be held accountable, and I do hope they can work together with the American forces in Syria to take out the people responsible for taking 2 American lives in Syria just yesterday now, too.
All right, 855-839-1210. Yeah, that's exactly right. And Australia wants to have another state. They want a two-state solution. There are a lot of people the Democrat Party does. Under this notion, well, then everything will be fine. They'll be given their state. No. How many times do we have to tell you? They don't want Jews there. They want to have them out of there or exterminate them from the river to the sea. Well, yeah, but you got your own state. Aren't you happy now? No, we're not. How many times do we have to tell you this? It's just a simple question, and Fetterman's right, of looking at the world as it is, what we are up against here, rather than wishing it away. You're not going to wish these people away. And outfits like the Philadelphia Public Schools are a cesspool of this type of stuff. There's a good bit of it that's out there in even some of the suburban districts on occasion. It's all part of the same thing. When people tell you what they want to do, believe them. Because when given a chance, like in Australia, that's what they're going to do. And they'll murder every one of us if they can. Let's go to Lance in South Philly to start off on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance.
How you doing, Dom?
Good.
Well, my person is Elon Musk.
All right, so you think Elon Musk 25 years from now will be essentially very well known. Why?
Because, no one really knew who Elon Musk was because the things he does, he's not out with it. It's not in the public. But when it happens, it's big, such as the cars going to the moon or to Mars or bringing a rocket back. It looks like it's all of a sudden, but it's not. It's years and years and years of planning, and he's going to be very pivotal in 25 years, as he is today.
Yeah, he's relatively young. I'll give you that. Does a name like that help to remember it? I would argue at a certain point it does, rather than, oh, man, that's a hard name. What is that guy's name again? It's easy to think of the perfume. Come on, everybody loves Musk still. But the whole name, that Elon Musk, is a name that's, if not on the tip of your tongue, does work. All right, that's a good start. I'm not saying that's a winner, but out of the box, good start. 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. Little update. Newman Price has sent me stuff, and I have to confer with Henry, but I think will be a go, where he set up a system, and we may unveil it tomorrow if we're ready, for Caller of the Year, where we can't have foreign bots, you Russians, trying to influence the election like last year. We just have to come up with, I don't know if is 12 too much in some buys, maybe 8. I think 8.
I think 8 might be the way to go this year.
Yeah, I could think of 8 off the top of my head, but just hit me on Twitter at DomShow1210, or when you call in, who should be in the Elite 8? I mean, we know 4 or 5 of them are obvious. 5, I would say, or 6 even, are very obvious. After that, maybe, and surprisingly, the only woman in contention, I think, is Leslie. Is there another female, Henry? I can't think of another one. Leslie's the only one, and she doesn't call that frequently now.
Susan in Chester Springs.
She does call. Yes, she's good, but she doesn't call enough.
I'm giving you an option. I don't know.
Okay,
I have to think about it.
Yeah, okay. That's right. She's pretty prominent. The others are sporadic, so we need some good suggestions for a female or two. If there's not, it's all 8 guys. It's not DEI, so we'll go with that. All right, we'll set the odds too once we have the field of 8. Particularly without any shenanigans, maybe. We'll see what happens here. All right, the phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. By the way, my friend Harry Hurley, voice of the Jersey Shore, here at 1 o'clock, I wanted to get him on to talk with the mind of Trump. He worked with Trump. He's a big fan of Trump. He's spoken to him a good bit. In other words, I see more of a case that can be made. I see it today, the Trump people putting out stuff of what's going to happen in 2026 and how good that's going to be for the economy. The only problem is Trump himself told the Wall Street Journal over the weekend, we're going to have trillions coming in, but I'm not sure if it'll be up and running in time. So my point would be, and I'll lay out some of these things that are spectacular. Let's say they come through. Is that enough, though? Or do you have to sell people on it? And I think there's resentment. We shouldn't have to sell people. Biden did it. By the way, did you see Joe Biden show up yesterday? The hat was the Super Bowl the Eagles lost.
Yeah, the Chiefs.
The Chiefs. I mean, the guy doesn't know it. Did he just happen to have the hat there? Did somebody give it to him? Put on that hat, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like, we need the first hat we can find. Here.
Right, yeah, it's the non-Super Bowl win hat that Joe had. Yes, it's easy. Get last year's hat. I'm sure Jeffrey Lurie's got a few of them there. And the coat was kind of funny. I hate all that fur sticking up stuff. I don't know about it. Looks cheesy.
You think?
Yeah. I wouldn't wear an overcoat, though, like Trump would to a... By the way, did you see, we were watching it on the big screen. I didn't say anything because the people there were all in a good mood. When Trump threw the coin up, it looked like he never had thrown a coin before.
Yeah, literally in his entire life.
He threw it like a flying saucer.
Yeah.
It's like, why do something like that?
Like, he looked like he was going to try and flip it up with his thumb like you do, and then he just was like, no, here. Like, almost like handing it to somebody.
And on the big screen particularly, it was noteworthy.
Yeah.
All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board here on the Dom Giordano Show.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became #1 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
Just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad, which was the #1 beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving, not your paperwork. Join over 11,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
The year's almost over. Now is the perfect time to refresh the rooms you use the most with Kitchen Magic. This December, take 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing and 50% off bathroom installations. Huge savings right when you need them. And here's the best part. You can lock in 2025 pricing before the new year, so your dream kitchen or bath stays affordable no matter when you start your project. Kitchen Magic is family-owned, proudly made in the USA, and completely tariff-proof, bringing you quality you can trust since 1979. Visit kitchenmagic.com and make your home holiday ready before these savings disappear.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Great side question today. Somebody who's still going to be very famous, pretty famous at least, 25 years from now. Not a fading light. I see a good one we should have taken off. Gary's answer, I hope not, is my answer, Gary. By the way, I don't know why Erica Kirk is meeting with Candace Owens. Why meet with this woman? It's a harpy of conspiracy and everything else. They were going to add her, live stream her, do whatever. She's meeting with her today. We'll see what happens. All right, President Trump. The argument is, and I think there's a lot of evidence of this, that come 2026, the big, beautiful bill kicks in. And first of all, the refund boom. Working Americans could see as much as $2,000 in returns from the IRS during tax filling season because of the tax and spending bill. It extended the tax cuts, gave new write-offs to some tip owners, Social Security recipients, overtime workers, and parents, Scott Bessent said. Capital expenditures. Business can write off retroactive to Inauguration Day, providing more incentives to hire and raise wages. Stocks, they expect markets which soared this year to go even higher in 2026. They hope to have a reduction in inflation, lower interest rates, lower gas prices. A Trump advisor said, the sky is falling crowd is just wrong. Okay. That's all the big macro level. And I'm thinking it's solid that that's going to come true. The problem is, if significant groups of people are experiencing areas still of inflation due to Biden, without a doubt, and you keep telling them, I'm not going to say affordability, you can't make me say affordability. That's what this whole article says. I think that's a mistake. Because I have, as you know, one goal in mind here. It's not to prove the Trump side, all this stuff that Bessent is saying is right. I think it's solid. It makes sense to me. It's about one thing. Well, really two parts to it. What do we do to establish in the minds of people that things are getting better, that it is more affordable, your buck goes further? You know what I mean. 2, what do we do to get those reluctant, I don't feel like voting, Trump voters off the couch? I don't see Trump doing that as he barnstorms. Showing up and being there, that's great. It's entertaining. It's a big deal. Tomorrow, we have with McKenzie, who had a tough race in the Lehigh Valley. We have the VP with him tomorrow, talking these issues. That's all good. What's wrong with saying the word affordability? I'm not saying it. And when does the president call out these reluctant voters? Or at least whatever his strategy is. You just can't blow in, have a great rally. They love the rally. I don't care about that. Winning is getting them to vote. Yeah, but Dom, they voted before, right, with Trump on the ballot. That's the puzzle. So I think you got solid evidence here. I just want to see tactically more of the things that I just talked about. Well, people are going to see it because they're going to see it. I don't know about that. Blaming Biden, solid. Yes. What is the reluctance here? Well, we're just not going to say that word. We don't like it. All right. I think it's a mistake. Do these things, the clock is going to be ticking. Do these things kick in? Trump told the Wall Street Journal he's not sure they'll kick in time. So what is in time? Well, as we head into the summer, if things are kicking in by then, where there's a jolt, where it's obvious, that's going to help. Here's what the affordability, look, the Democrats have nothing. They don't have good candidates. They don't have a good message. America in the last election turned on them big time. They do have the word now, though. Affordability. And it's almost like an elixir for them that gives them something to rally around and gives them a shot. Otherwise, they're completely bankrupt. All they want to do is attack Trump. But if they can mouth affordability and their helpers in the media, then that gives them a shot. That's where the war is fought. It's psychological warfare. I challenge you today. You can call me and I'll shut up and tell me, Dom, I think things are affordable right now. We never have anybody call and say that. If you feel it, say it. And you're tired of hearing it already. Tell me. I don't think that's the sentiment. Now, maybe I have whiplash. I'm sitting in this very chair, election night. It's 8:43. I'm thinking, hey, Henry, when are we going to go to Matt out there again at the Chettarelli headquarters? Uh-oh, everybody's pulling away from the bar there. What the heck happened? Chettarelli is not going to be governor. It's Mikey Sherrill. What? It was News Nation I saw first. News Nation. I'm not reporting. I'm just not reporting it. Yeah, but it's breaking. I'm not reporting that. It can't be. Easily by 8:50, it became pretty apparent to me that Mikey Sherrill was the governor. What the heck? Now, my suspicion still, they're masking it in affordability, is they wanted to get at Trump, and that drove turnout. They can't get at Trump. They want to tear him apart. So what's the next best thing? Defeat Jack Chettarelli. Tear him apart. And the Trump voters, hey, you voted today? Nah, Trump's not on the ballot. How are we going to deal with this? They're going to be fired up for the midterms. They're crazed to get at Trump. Are our voters as crazed to protect something that, well, Trump's going to say, if you do this, they're going to stop me and all that. Yeah, but that sounds macro. With this, we want to just tear Trump apart. Get him. That's much more emotional. That's what they have going for them. Pure hatred. We're not winning on this yet. I don't see it. I'll tell you when I see it. And there are some of the ways to do it. But I'd love to hear from you. Is the affordability already in your mind overplayed? Would you tell people, stop talking about affordability? Come on. You're not looking at reality. Biden tried that. Now, the evidence of good news on the Trump side is much stronger, without a doubt. It's overwhelming versus Biden. That's not going to be enough, though. By the way, one note on Mondami, Mr. Affordability. What we saw playing out in Australia, that's what the global intifada is about. And this guy supports, he's been on record, the global intifada. And what we saw there is exactly what that's about. Kill Jews around the world. That's what that means. Let's see if the media is asking Mr. Affordability in New York about that today. When he says that, that's what intifada is ultimately. Exactly what they did, and they may have done it Brown. And they're going to do it in New York more if they can. All right, I've got somebody checking in. Is affordability a hoax, even at this point? Would that be your way of dealing with it? I'm telling you the danger of it. I think the good news is coming. Trump is right about that. The big, beautiful bill, et cetera. But these things take a little while to develop. In the meantime, you got to win the psychological game against them until you crush them, hopefully before the midterms. with all these things kicking in. By the way, speaking of affordability, is Brian Fitzpatrick booked yet, or is he too busy still
I haven't got
attacking other? No. Now, Henry, you're on a persona non grata list. Hey, our buddy Dave, I know you're listening. Conduit to him. Come on. We'll be polite. He's one of the leading figures here. What are they going to do in healthcare? Love to get him on. 855-839-1210.
Hey, the holidays are here, and if you haven't wrapped up all of your shopping, no worries. I have the solution for you. Omaha Steaks. Whether you gift them or host a holiday party and entertain, meat is the way to go. We just had a Kale family holiday get-together, and Omaha was a grand slam. Bacon-wrapped burgers, scalloped potatoes, fresh chicken, and succulent steaks. It was a complete hit. Give the gift of USDA-certified tender steaks, premium proteins, elegant sides, and decadent desserts. Shop the season's top gourmet gifts at omahasteaks.com. Plus, my listeners get an exclusive $35 off with code Nick at checkout. I personally love the ribeyes, the strip steaks, and the fillets. Grass-fed, grain-finished beef has more marbling for exceptional flavor. Omaha Steaks has been America's butcher in the heartland since 1917. Save big today. Visit omahasteaks.com and use the promo code Nick at checkout for $35 off your purchase. Minimum purchase may apply. See site for details.
Gold is now over $4,200 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar. All week, Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcashforgold.com.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Hi, I'm Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network, PNC Bank loves an exciting game. But we also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That is why PNC leaves a third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in our zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
'Tis the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on monogram appliances, featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposely designed monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to nordvpn.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
Dom Giordano, weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time. A little bit later when I get Harry Hurley here, President Trump, more than apparently, is a big fan of Norman Vincent Peale, The Power of Positive Thinking. Trump's father was very involved with Norman Vincent Peale. I didn't know that. I vaguely remember that. And there's a lot there to it. When does positive thinking become delusional is the only thing you have to worry about, you know? Like, I'm convinced that I could throw a football 40 yards. I know it's in me because I once did it. Sadly, the last time around, it wasn't there. So I have to build up to that by the summertime. It's the Manhattan Project.
Yeah, you start warming that arm up now.
Nobody said steroids couldn't be involved in this. I'm not in the NFL.
You're making the rules here. It's your rules.
There's no steroid thing here. That's exactly right. And that new aerodynamic football, might be the ticket. Let's go to John in Belmar on the affordability. All right, John, is affordability a hoax?
I'm looking at is I don't know is anybody really checking out these prices and everything. I mean, I know that I've been doing the shopping for 60 years. Okay, and Biden was president, and he'd spent money all over the place like water. Okay,
well,
now
okay, we get that. But John, let me ask you: are you seeing prices that you think
absolutely
they're going down?
They're not going up. They're not going up a quarter. I mean, it's all different items at the
right.
Walmart. Is anybody going in and looking at this stuff and seeing if this is viable? Is this right? What they're doing?
All right, well,
or are they just doing it?
I'll just give you a couple, and then we'll get to grocery store. You're right. We have to drill down on. But the median price of a new car right now, for example, is $50,000. The median of a person getting into their first-time home, median age, is 40. John, those things strike me as unaffordable.
Yeah, but you got to see, it's just like electricity and everything. You hear about the prices, right?
Right.
But but they don't know that there's states blocking pipelines and stuff still. It's to bring Trump. It's like drill, baby, drill. And you know what Biden did? He was buying oil from Venezuela. I mean,
okay.
And this is all.
Right.
There's another item.
We have
electricity.
Right. We have something that Trump has done, though, the tariffs. And I'm not a tariffs guy, and I think that the tariffs have an upside, but I think they do affect a wide range of grocery products.
Right. Well, if that really the case? It's more than that. There's a lot of stuff in a Walmart. Remember, Walmart rolls the boots. They let these other companies, other supermarkets stay in business, but they let them. I mean, people go in there for price, and you can't. You got to look at these various items that are causing the problem, like the housing. We know that the guy from the Fed is not as unfriendly to this administration. He didn't help it at all.
Well, that's
because,
true. But when
you're buying a house,
we've seen some. We've seen some rate decrease, though, John. And
some.
Okay, thanks, John. All right, John's our first person I put in the camp of saying that it's made out to more than it really is. There's an argument to be made for that. Is that the Here's the thing, though. If you want to win, what's the argument you're making? If you want to win, you're making the argument I'm making. Even if, who knows what reality is totally? Some of it's perceptual. Are people perceiving everything is okay as far as affordability? If so, then how did a great guy like Jack Ciattarelli get killed by a nothing like Mikey Sherrill? I know people started emailing me the other day, Blue State. Yeah, I get the Blue State stuff. You're going to live off that forever. Not by 13.5 points, though. Just no way. It's perceptual. The Biden people tried talking it down. So I'm going to talk to Harry Hurley, former executive, casino industry, great radio guy, the voice of the Jersey Shore, and someone with a lot of friendship with President Trump. Also, he has on his show, Henry, and will play for people, Phil Murphy. Phil Murphy over the weekend said he might run for president in 2028. Oh man, please let him be the nominee or somewhere near there. God. No, he apparently wants to be Secretary of State. Oh my God, can you imagine?
And I want $1 million.
Sending Phil Murphy to other countries. Will it be with the hair or without the hair?
He's got the Tuscan Villa, right?
Yeah, that's right. Italy. Yeah, $7 million. Wow. 855-839-1210. Grab a line. We'll take more of your calls, too, on the side question. Somebody who will be pretty famous 25 years from now.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Get ready to celebrate the holidays in style during the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event. Right now, lease the all-new 2026 Kia Sportage LX for just $179 a month, or the 2025 Kia K4 LXS for $129 a month for 24 months. Make your holidays bright with incredible savings at Scott Kia of Springfield, or visit the brand new Scott Kia of Limerick, where it's always smooth sailing. Drive home the magic today. Visit ScottAutoGroup.com.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
All right, it is Dom time. Mark Halperin just reporting, and he's the guy that used to be ABC. He's got his own independent stuff, and he's usually ahead of the curve, that the assassin in Brown may have been targeting conservatives on campus, in that the vice president of the Republican club, I told you, was the one that was killed. Now, on Hanukkah, though, do I lean more the other way that it happens? It's very difficult given the police nonsense that's going on at Brown, but that's Halperin is very good. Okay, Harry Hurley in the morning, voice of the Jersey Shore, WPG Talk Radio, and all things that cover the shore. He writes a lot also. Former casino executive, worked extensively with President Trump. Wanted to talk with him about that and his affordability, a hoax. Let's go to Harry here on Talk Radio 1210. Harry, welcome in. We haven't talked really since the governor's debacle, and I wanted to kind of marry that to where we are today.
Well, I'll start with that. Mikey Sherrill received more than 600,000 more votes than Jack Ciattarelli, more than 600,000 more votes than any man or woman who has ever run for governor of New Jersey. So something very dramatic happened in 1 year.
Yeah, and I know people are still looking to see if that drama wasn't shenanigans. I get that. But, Harry, I'm sitting here doing the coverage. 8:43 that night, News Nation and others reporting she's the governor. I dismiss them. It's News Nation. Not that they're bad. You and I have been on there. But I'm not going to say it. And then when this all filters out by 9 o'clock, what? And winning by 13 points, I don't remember affordability being the word used constantly. It wasn't really. And if anything, we were using it against her because of electricity costs.
True, but remember, she was the one saying high tax Jack, which was totally just a canard. I mean, he wasn't high tax Jack. She was the one who said, I'll freeze your electrical energy costs, even though even Governor Murphy himself said, no, she can't do that. So she ran what turned out, I thought it was a unserious campaign. The King Trump stuff, I thought that could not possibly play. That is so ridiculous, and all this other stuff. If you don't believe that anything nefarious happened, then something dramatically changed when Donald Trump came within 6 points a year ago. Jack Ciattarelli came within about 3 points 4 years ago, and suddenly this colossal blowout of epic proportion. Something is going on here, and you're talking about affordability. I think there are, Dom, a lot of people who can't afford to make ends meet, and they'll listen, the movie The American President, they'll drink the sand if they're thirsty, Michael Douglas says, as the American president. There's something going on, and we better pay attention to it.
Now, you are the Trump whisperer, along with Van Drew and a couple of other people, Harry. To me, he's not going to say the affordability word, even when he did this event in the Poconos. He just doesn't want to do that. He's talking about big, beautiful bill, all this stuff kicking in, and I think it will. But will it kick in soon enough for the midterms? Why take that chance? Why not show that kind of empathy? Because Biden principally is responsible, or almost totally responsible. If you were sitting there with Trump, why would he not want to take that approach?
Because he wants to tout that we're the greatest economy in the world. We're the hottest nation on the planet. And if you start to say, hey, a lot of our people are hurting, you kick your own message, in the keister. So here's what I believe. Trumponomics does work. We already have a 4-year first term to prove that it does. And yes, it is working, and it will work a second time. However, it took 2 years for Trumponomics to really take root the first time. And the inflation that President Trump inherited and everything that was going on, it's a heavier lift this time. So it might not be self-evident by the midterm election. That's the problem.
And how do you address that? I agree with what you said, but I would show empathy and address it.
Yeah, I would say my policies, American people, my policies are right. Believe in me. We've already done it once. We're in the process of doing it a second time. Some of you may not have felt it yet, but I assure you, with rates coming down, and I'm going to have a new Fed chair in, and rates are going to come down even more, this is going to translate into your ability to afford things again. For every penny we bring down gasoline, that's $1 billion to $1.5 billion in discretionary spending. He's got to say his policies are working, but he has to empathize with people who aren't sure if it's working because it's not working for them yet.
Yeah, you pointed out a lot, I think, one of the times we spoke about how much damage you thought happened due to the shutdown to those workers in New Jersey. I wasn't thinking about that going into the governor's race tangentially. That would play out, but all those little things somehow or another did. And Harry, the biggest thing it gives Republicans Democrats who have nothing is a word. The word has power now. Mandama used it. She sort of used it in some way, shape, or form. And, she got away with, I'm just going to stop the rates, which she can't do. So we have to address that. And him better than others.
We do, Dom.
He doesn't give indication that he wants to do that, saying the hottest economy in the world and all. What people hear is that's at the highest level. When does it filter down? And I agree. Correct. Sometime in 2026, it will. Will it be evident enough before the midterms?
Well, if we keep on this track, it might not be. And I remember 2 weeks ago when Chuck Schumer had the audacity to say that our campaign for the midterm elections will be on affordability. So the fire, the arsonist that set the fire is now wearing the fire helmet, and he's the fire captain. It's incredible, Dom.
I know. Well, the media's help here. Hey, by the way, on that, if you had Governor Murphy on recently, we have a cut with New York TV in which he says, he might be running for president.
He's always left that open with me in interviews that we have done. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Look at the list of Democrats. I mean, it will be 24 or more Democrats.
Wow.
You're going to have 3 stages.
Yeah, well, the Republicans, when Trump ran the first 2016, I guess, had 13 or so.
Remember, you had to earn your way onto the main stage. They had the children's table at Thanksgiving that some of them had to sit at.
Exactly. Harry, the other issue, and I don't know if you get it with your callers, it really bothers me, and I think it happened to Jack Ciattarelli. He ran an unbelievable campaign. I don't know if you agree with it now, post this. I don't know what he could have done better. It was all out. I thought he hit the right things. The rally that we had in Wildwood, I was really encouraged by that. It was younger people. Charlie Kirk thing played in. I thought we were going to win by a point or lose by a point. The Trump voter, the reluctant voter, when he's not on the ballot, he's got to do more to just level with them, not in passing. He's got to drill down. They want to tear at Trump. That's why they came out in Jersey. And yet I don't think the reluctant Trump voter came out for Jack.
Well, let's remember the numbers. Jack Ciattarelli got a little more than 1.3 million votes on Election Day, November 2nd, and, of course, adding in all the other early voting vote by mail et al. He had the second most votes, Republican or Democrat, in New Jersey history. What happened was no one saw 600,000 more Democrats coming out, and I'm of the school that they did come out, that there wasn't cheating. Look, they're very creative with the early voting and the vote by mail and every which way that they can, and probably illegals in some cases voting as well. But that's not 600,000, dishonorable ballots. Democrats came out because they are motivated right now. Their hatred of Trump. Usually they say it's better to be voting for someone than against someone. The Trump hatred on the Democrat side is visceral.
Yeah, without a doubt. Well, Trump, the Trump voters, the people that came out for him in staggering numbers, doesn't he have to really come up with a different strategy? If they don't turn out, the Democrats are going to turn out. That's a given.
They are going to turn out. Yeah, that's correct. They want power back in the worst way.
Right. They are going to have among their highest turnout, even shenanigans aside, plus shenanigans in Philadelphia. And our side, what's the motivation?
As you know, it's very tough. The party in power loses seats by breathing air.
Right.
So when you have the supernatural factor, such as President Trump, I mean, it's almost impossible to calculate. But if you and I did a joint interview with Jack Ciattarelli on the night before the election, and we said, Jack, you're going to get 1.3 million votes tomorrow, he would have been changing the curtains and ordering furniture for and getting ready to move in the Drumpflacket, the governor's mansion, because he got the votes that he thought he needed to win.
Right.
Nobody saw this Democrat tsunami that came.
Well, Harry, bluntly, I hope he runs again. I don't hold any of this against. Well, he's lost twice and all now. One, he startled them. He came that close. And this time he's just a victim of something bigger than anything you or I saw.
Yeah, he's a great friend, but I'm just being objective. He's actually lost 3 times.
Okay.
He didn't win the nomination the first time. He did win the nomination the next 2 times. I don't know that you get 4 chances.
I'm making that law up there, Harry. But who are some of the...
But he's terrific, but look, what we have to do is figure out in New Jersey, because we thought New Jersey was not a blue state anymore. Jack came within 3. Right. Trump came within 6. So we thought it was big time in play. And by the way, not only did Jack lose, but down ballot, it was a disaster. Unbelievable, the number of seats lost at the state level, at the county and the local level as well. It was a really tough election for Republicans in New Jersey. Anyone that doesn't admit it and wants to just explain it, then they risk having it happen again. We've got to figure out what happened and course correct.
Well, I do think it is more of a purple state. I think it's extraordinary. I think it's a Trump factor. I think gains have been made tremendously day to day and all over the place in Jersey.
It's true. And when Trump is on the ballot, it's different than when Trump is not on the ballot, because when he's not on the ballot, you take any of the negative and you don't have the positive of him being there at the top of the ticket. So it's tough both ways.
Is there an issue now coming up? Are we done with the windmills and all that, Harry? What's the next big issue in Jersey?
Well, they never stop. They're not done with the windmills. Unfortunately, they are stopped as long as President Trump is the president or a Republican succeeds him. The moment they have a Democrat president and a Democrat governor, they're going to start up like it never ended.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're aware of that. Harry, what are you writing about now recently? AC, the child abuse trial, what are you writing about?
Well, a ton on that, because, it's not every day. You've got the mayor of Atlantic City, and the casinos are the leading industry in the entire state. As Atlantic City goes, so goes the state of New Jersey. And for those who don't like that, too bad, it's true. And so, I've been writing and talking on air a lot about that, because 12 men and women have the mayor's job and his freedom in their hands, and that verdict will be coming in this week.
Absolutely. Where do we find what you're writing, and where do we find Harry Hurley?
WPGTalkRadio.com, HarryHurley.com, HarryHurley.net.
Harry, thank you very much. Say hello to Jack, if you would, for me. And again,
I will.
I am still stunned beyond being stunned. Were you doing election coverage that night?
Not that night, but right until things closed, and then first thing in the morning when we signed on. But we knew right away. All you had to do, if you looked at my hometown, you knew that Jack lost. You didn't even have to look at the rest of the state. Things happened that night that haven't happened before like that.
Exactly. Harry, have a great Christmas if we don't talk. Thank you as always.
Merry Christmas, my friend. See you, Dom.
Harry Hurley here on Talk Radio 1210. All right. He sort of agrees with me, and he thinks the play for President Trump, which I agree with, would be to start now pointing to, it took a while because these things coming out of Biden or, coming out of the Obama years took 2 years before you could say the Trump economy was roaring. It takes time to move these things forward. I still would use the word affordability. I still would show empathy. There's nothing wrong with that. And all these big things coming with the big, beautiful bill, I think are true. Just how quickly do they filter down? And just saying the hottest country in the world and all that stuff, that's not where the issue is. I think Trump has it within him. And the other thing is, you can't just blow by 30 seconds in these appearances and tell people they got to come out and vote. Got to explain in detail what the Democrats are up to, what they will do if they take back just the House alone, and how that sets it up for 2028. All right, here are the phone lines. Hit us on the side question, too. Somebody who still will be famous 25 years from now. Who might that be? We've gotten a lot of good ones on Twitter. We'll get 3 or 4 of yours coming up. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became #1 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
Just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad,
right.
which was the #1 beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Yep.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Awards reserved.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. I want you to come away with me to stunningly beautiful Portugal for 10 days next spring. If you've loved our past events, go to conservativetours.com. This one is the best ever in my opinion. We will spend these days together touring the wineries, rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the event along with 4-star accommodations. 5738, yes, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia, the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, the fun of just strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages, just brimming with those seafood restaurants, Abidos and Fatima, the elegance of Coimbra. Call now, 888-733-9494. Conservativetours.com, Spain and Italy. What an incredible trip. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790 or biglou.com.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. Great stuff from Harry Hurley. In his way, he thinks that Trump could position this to move forward. And again, I realize President Trump, when he does the barnstorming, wants to entertain the crowd. Absolutely. That's part of the magic of the rallies. But the message coming out of there has to be sharper about what happens if you don't show up and vote, as happened in Jersey. The other side it's a given. I cannot imagine that they won't set potential records for turnout in the midterm. And what are they fueled by? Real grievance of, no, just sheer unadulterated hatred of Trump. Harry's right. Usually people showing up to vote for something versus people showing up to vote against it have the upper hand. Not in this case, though. The energy, the type of stuff they're engaged in. You see them. They're living life. Havertown, we put that on the map. They're crazed. The median home value, I think, was like $500,000. And yet they're still crazed to stop Trump. Yeah, but Trump's not on the ballot. You're not stopping him with this. Oh, yes, they are. Okay? And it's going to make these 4 congressional races here top of the line in Pennsylvania. By the way, big column in the Inquirer today, why has Trump not sent troops into Philadelphia? I think some of it's due to the fact that Sherelle Parker has been low-key on this stuff. She's not supporting anything crazy. Good for her. She hasn't gone after Trump in any kind of way. The other side says, no, he's afraid of the 4 congressional votes, Lehigh Valley, Bucks County. If he sends troops into Philadelphia, he's going to ratchet people up against it. They already are. I mean, I don't see how that would inflame anything more. They're going to be crazier in Montgomery County and Delaware County than they already are? No, they're going to be there. So that's a given. The unknown is, will the economic things kick in where it's self-evident to any reasonable person? That's going to be a relatively close call. I think things will be a lot better, but will they filter down at that point to kind of blunt it? And what we need are the people that voted for Trump to turn out in number. If they do, we're going to win. If they don't, I don't think you're going to win. David in Lexington, South Carolina, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, David.
Hey, Dom. How you doing?
Good.
Good. On the gun thing real quick, I heard the clip earlier where the guy was talking about Trump and guns and everything, and then your clip with the basketball coach. I'm going to take a wild guess, Dom. She probably didn't speak out when Charlie Kirk was shot. She probably didn't speak out when Donald Trump was shot. These people are always situational. But when I go back to when the guy made a comment about felons with guns, the moment, Dom, that Hunter Biden got a pardon as part of the gun charge, and he wasn't allowed to have a gun, the moment that happened, I've told all liberals that, gun control, sit this one out because you were okay with it there. So When you were quiet about that, I don't want to hear it anymore.
Well, the other downside in Australia with these gun laws, and the cops froze by all accounts, you're on your own. It was just a shooting gallery there. And David, the breaking news, Mark Halperin, I don't know how much you follow him, remember him at ABC. He's pretty big independently. When he says something, I take a lot of notice. He's hearing the suspicion they might have been targeting college Republicans. The first one shot was the VP. If that's the case, on Hanukkah, though, I kind of lean the other way. But if that's the case, now we've reached a level of political violence. This is just a young woman that goes to Mass every day, et cetera, who's the VP of college Republicans at Brown. It's not even Charlie Kirk, and she's being shot.
Right, and that kind of thing. When that kind of news comes out, again, the coach, she won't say anything.
No, absolutely.
So hush,
absolutely.
Because it doesn't fit the narrative. Real quick for my side answer, Don, if you're going to do this tournament, I want to be called the Duke Blue Devils. I want to be the 1 seed in the South for this tournament.
Nice. Got my vote.
Okay.
All right, your big claim to fame, of course, this year is bad things happen in North Charlie. So, we know that. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. For my side answer, this is a person who I think will be famous forever. This is the person, when you talk about someone being intelligent, you say, well, they're almost like an Einstein, or I'm no Einstein. So I think Einstein will be famous forever. That name will always be known.
That's a pretty good one. We should have taken it off. You don't think so?
No.
Who are they going to say?
Well, I don't agree. All right. For me, this side question, I think it's someone who wasn't famous before we were all born on this planet here. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I just think no offense to David, I just think it's too low hanging of a fruit answer.
Oh, okay.
Like I want someone more contemporary. Like Elon Musk was a good answer because that guy only came up in the last 15 years.
But Einstein's not that far off. When did he die? I mean, he was alive into the 50s at least, maybe the 60s. Yeah. It's not like you're saying Attila the Hun or something.
Sure.
I would be in your camp. So I set the Einstein line here. The 60s at least.
It's just maybe it's a little too far back for me, but for other people, it's fine.
I give it credit. I mean, think about it though.
Want to go?
How many people have we seen like Musk and others, Tesla and all this stuff? But who do we go back to all the time out of all the geniuses? Einstein.
But that's part of the reason I don't. I reject the answer.
Okay, well you can when time comes for voting. Kirk, we'll see what your vote is on that one. Okay. That's fine. Let's not go back, 100 years, 200 years, something like that. If somebody like Napoleon will always be Napoleon, I think. You always remember him, okay? Einstein, I think, is in that gray area. That's a good one to debate. Do I take Gary of Newtown on this? This is torture. All right, let's go to Gary of Newtown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary, good Monday. Yo, Gary.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no.
His phone.
All right, call us back, Gary. I want to get yours. I give a little tease. It's Tucker Carlson. Let's see if he can defend that. Joe in Columbus, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Good afternoon, Dom.
Hi.
Henry just killed my answer, so with your approval, I want to change it.
Sure,
but
sure.
Prior to doing that, to me, it's an unanswered question. If affordability was such a key, how did Mikey Sherrill get elected? He had no podium.
Well, I would tell you, Matt Rooney hit upon it, even though I think he was distressed that night with Jack Generone. He said he thought, and I agree, she had enough money, and the media let her do it, to run ads saying on the first day, Joe, she's going to put the kibosh on those rates. Even Murphy said you can't do it, but people bought into it. She got a pass on that, and then she just ran with affordability.
But she couldn't commit to not raising the sales tax in the same breath.
Exactly. I agree, and they're still underway right now to try to raise it. I'm not saying it's fair, Joe, but I mean, this is the battlefield we have to play on, that Trump has to play on and navigate. I think the big, beautiful bill and everything about it is going to kick in tremendously, but I don't know the effects of it. Might take, say, toward the end of the year or something like that.
Well, I always mention the term historical amnesia.
Yes.
And I think Trump has to bring back how bad prices were.
Yeah.
How fast they escalated.
Okay.
How fast that bar rose.
Well, he had the chance in the Poconos, Joe, and he didn't do that. He's got to listen to Susie Wiles, and he's got to talk, calm down. You don't have to entertain the whole time, and do what we're doing right here, and you can reach people.
Yeah, and he also has to drill as a side, parallel. His responsibility is to keep our country safe.
Right.
He's done a damn good job at it. So I think that's right there with affordability.
I think that's where the A+ is in keeping the country safe and being proactive in doing that. There is no doubt about that, second to none.
Yeah, I like the way he handles this press. Yeah, I blew that ship out of the water, and I'm going to continue to do so. So, my side answer I thought about was Ohtani. What he's doing, pitching, hitting, it's never been done before. And I think we're going to talk about him for quite a while.
How many more years would he have to do it? And tell me, what is the sizzle? You were going to say Babe Ruth, and Babe Ruth had the sizzle bigger than life. This guy's not bigger than life, Joe. But I agree with you. It should work. But realize being a legend is bigger than just the stats.
I think he can only grow. I mean, how many years has he been in the league? 3 or 4?
I think he's been
8.
5 or 6, 7 or 8. He's
8.
been in.
8?
Yeah, got to remember, Joe, he had a problem. He was in the L.A. where they weren't covering him either. So,
The other L.A. team.
The other L.A., yeah.
Right. But, I mean, he's hitting timely home runs.
Yeah.
And I'm an Aaron Judge fan, believe me.
Well, I would say if he continues pitching like he does sporadically, but better than sporadically, he's the most valuable player in the history of baseball then.
Yeah. I mean, Babe Ruth was a pitcher. Remember with Boston, the Boston Braves.
Yeah.
And this guy recreating that all over again. He is a phenom.
Yeah, if he could steal 50 bases and hit 50 home runs, yeah, you are. Without a doubt. That's an interesting answer. I just don't think he has the bigness.
He has a flair for the dramatic in the moment. I think that's where he comes up. But you're talking like a larger-than-life personality?
Yeah.
No, I don't think he has that. As a matter of fact, I think I think there's a lot of speculation that he can speak fluent English. He just won't.
Okay.
And I think that's part of his whole mystique that he's trying to carve out for himself. He's this mysterious Japanese import that has come over here and won 4 of the last 5 MVPs in the last, 5 seasons.
Yeah, I know. It's there. But do I, on my bigness category, say Babe Ruth, Ohtani? I still think it's Babe Ruth.
Yeah, for right now.
I'll give you an example.
I can agree with that.
Ted Williams. I think Ted Williams, hands down, has anything over anybody that ever played as a hitter.
As a hitter, sure.
Is he as big as Babe Ruth? No, he's not. And it's crazy. He's got his head cut off to be a cryogenic. He hit a home run his last time at bat. He hit 50 balls at a sports writer he didn't like during the game. I mean, but you can't top Babe Ruth for just.
Oh, I think if the Dodgers keep winning and he keeps showing up in the clutchest of moments, he comes in the World Series and pitches, dominantly again. It's hard to deny.
I think it was the times, though. Babe Ruth was roaring 20s.
Oh,
That
he reflected the era for sure.
Exactly.
Glitz and glamour.
All right, we're going to talk with Steve Feldman of Zionist of America coming up about the attacks in Australia and the Philadelphia public schools. When is somebody going to finally? Well, I think the Trump administration has gone after them. The fueling of anti-Semitism is all around us. It is like breathing, and it results in what we've seen over the weekend. Australia is Western civilization. It's under attack by the people that did this. That's what it comes down to. All right, we'll talk with Steve. Here are the call lines, 855-839-1210.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Frigid temperatures and icy conditions continue today after the storms over the weekend. SEPTA says the Center City Trolley Tunnel will remain closed for the rest of the month. And actor and director Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle were found dead in their home. It's being investigated as a homicide.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online or in store. Steel. Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
The Arctic air mass remains in place for the next couple of days. We'll have sunshine with more clouds through the afternoon. It'll be breezy with a high only 31, but feeling like single digits and teens when you factor in the wind. Very cold tonight, partly cloudy, low 18 for the city, colder in the suburbs. Below average temperatures continue on Tuesday. Mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high 34.
The year's almost over. Refresh your home with Kitchen Magic. This December, get 30% off cabinet refacing and 50% off bathroom installations. Lock in the 2025 pricing before it's gone. Family owned, made in the USA, and tariff proof since '79. Visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is time. Side answer here. Newman Price on the road, can't call in, says Jimi Hendrix, 25 years from now. Doubtful, Newman, doubtful.
I don't know. I tend to agree with you if he wasn't in the 27 club. I think that.
Well, exactly, right. Yeah,
it keeps him alive, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's why you think.
Yeah. I think as long as you're in that club and well, someone honestly, someone else has got to die to join that, to revamp it again. But as long as that's still a thing, I think he'll still be a thing.
Steve Feldman is a deep, long-lasting friend and somebody who does stellar work here locally, but it ties into what's going on just not nationally, but internationally. Of course, the killings in Australia, all the dots being connected here. And recently into contention have been the Philadelphia public schools and the nonsense they get away with. Let's get Steve's take on what's happened over the weekend. Zionist of America on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Steve, welcome in. Thanks for joining today.
Thank you, Dom, for having me back on your show. It's always an honor and a privilege, and I thank you for bringing this topic to your listeners.
So, Steve, when we had Scott Jennings here, his book last week, and I go through this, it was so ahead of the curve. Not just that Trump trying to defend and revive America, but defend Western civilization. We see the pattern around the globe. Rampant immigration, people look the other way for whatever purpose. Radical Islam at the heart of it. And then we have a massacre on a day like Hanukkah that is not even... Well, let me ask you, Steve, a day like Hanukkah, are more precautions taken, even though it's a minor holiday, as I understand it, right?
Well, it's a minor holiday in that it's not mentioned in the Torah or the Bible, because what it commemorates occurred after. But it's not a quote unquote minor holiday for Jews and others who understand the significance of the holiday. It really was about the Jewish people defending their culture, their religion mostly against Greeks, Greek Syrians. Preserving the Holy Temple, etc. So there were Jews called Maccabees who rose up and fought against not only external enemies but internal enemies, and that's something we remember. The fact that this occurred on Hanukkah, this massacre of Jews, 15 murdered and scores injured. It was probably because it was a large gathering. I don't know that it was targeted just because it was Hanukkah, but it was a large public outdoor gathering. And unfortunately, because of the violence from Islamists, from leftists, from others, especially the so-called pro-Palestinian ranks, there are a few gathering places that are safe for Jews. There's not a Jewish institution, there's not a Jewish event where we don't have to have security. And now, after this event in Australia, I hope it really doesn't come to this, but it seems like you have to have armed snipers maybe to fire at the snipers firing you. I mean, it's really coming to that, it seems like.
Well, I would agree. When we did the event in Wildwood, the rally for Jack Ciattarelli and for Charlie Kirk, there were snipers on all the roof hotels around, at least 4 or 5, Steve. Because the breakthrough with Kirk, presidential candidates, you have to worry about a sniper or a president. never have we seen that with an ordinary citizen. There's a frontal attack, but you don't have snipers. So absolutely, I think it's something necessary. Steve, curious, but because of the perversion of this, post October 7th, it's gotten worse, in my view, and the view of a lot of analysts around that, rather than a pushback when anybody could see what happened to people in Israel. Instead, it's become even more ferocious.
There is a degree of psychological warfare, and offensive, not only against the Jews, but against the minds and hearts of the world. Clearly, the Jewish people, Israel, were attacked October 7th, 2023. It was an unparalleled attack. And certainly locally, that evening, Students for Justice in Palestine, Temple University, was already putting on Instagram that they were having a rally in support of Gaza the morning of October 8th by the Art Museum. So already they were on the offense. Instead of any remorse, any regret, we disassociate from that. Instead, it was the opposite. And there are individuals and groups here. I'm looking at literature online from a group called Montco for Palestine. This is from a year ago. Bring the war home. A graphic with somebody holding a rifle, saying they're going to start taking out what's going on in Gaza, so-called, here in the Philadelphia area. This is Montgomery County. So it's very much local. There's other local activists who said that, who wrote on Twitter that, Zionists are not going to have a day of peace. The internet, social media is full of this. A lot of it is based on false media, mainstream media that really lies and incites Jew hatred. And you mentioned in your intro the schools, Philadelphia and elsewhere. This has become the way things are being taught, where reality and truth are twisted. You have this not only anti-Jewish but anti-fact teaching, where if all you know is what you're fed on TikTok or Instagram or wherever, and it's supported by the news media and your teachers perhaps or things in a school, you're gonna start to hate and resent Jews, and it takes one person who decides they're going to do something violent because of what's been pumped into them.
Steve, you and I have talked about it a lot, and Riccioli too talks about it on Talk Radio 1210. But how about other? The Enquirer's not going to. The Philadelphia Public Schools I'm talking about. We have people in some degree of authority, and the stuff that I've seen and some of the stuff you've sent me, whether they're head of social studies or they're bringing speakers in constantly along these lines, or they're involved with curriculum, and you get stonewalled. They'll say something like, well, they're not doing it in the purview of their job. They do appear to be doing it in the purview of their job.
Well, there is that. There is known workshops for teachers off-site under the rubric of Teach Palestine, which is just outright lies, incitement, revisionist history. And look, it takes one teacher. If a student brings up something, as they may, a student sees something on the news, sees something on social media, is curious, ask the teacher, what is that? Depending on how that teacher answers, you either have a student who has been incited to hate or resent, or a student, hopefully, who's been clarified that what they've seen is not entirely true or not balanced. So teachers, educators have a level of responsibility, and I go back to Mayor Parker. It's her school board who she appoints. They hire people, whether it's curriculum people or department heads or teachers, and apparently there is a high tolerance for incitement of Jew hatred and misfacting. I will call it misfacting. When you've heard the phrase, I'm sure, that he or she is entitled to their own facts, or that's their fact. We remember famously Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan saying that people are entitled to their own opinions but not their own facts. Well, that apparently has gone by the wayside. And in schools, we've had examples of geography quizzes where you have a blank map of the Middle East and students have to fill in the country names where they belong, and students write in Palestine, where clearly it's Israel, and they're not marked incorrect. I mean, it's the policy of the United States government that there is no Palestine. So when a teacher teaches this stuff or marks it okay, it's really anti-American subversiveness going on to a degree. It is very dangerous.
Without a doubt. So, Steve, for more information, particularly about how, these roots of this come back to places like Philadelphia, or sadly, possibly could be, that's where this stuff comes from. Where do people go for your group?
So locally, if they want to reach out to us and we can send them stuff, it's office@zoaphilly.org. For people outside the area, it's info@zoa.org. Our website is philly.zoa.org. And outside of your immediate listening area, it's zoa.org. And I thank you very much. This is an important subject, hopefully to be continued.
Thank you, Steve. We will. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. As I said, with the situation at Brown, by the way, Daniel Lash makes a good point. The gun control laws in Providence and Rhode Island are severe. It has nothing to do with that. And where was this shooter targeting young Republicans? That appears to be a possibility here. Mark Halperin reporting that people are telling him that versus this was Islamic. I don't think we're going to know for a while. I mean, you've watched over the weekend. It's all over the place. This dysfunctional Providence Police Department. My goodness. We wouldn't stand for anything like this guy in Philadelphia. God. 855-839-1210. Jump on board. More calls coming up here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became number one 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
Just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad,
right.
which was the number one beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Yep.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Visit windownation.com.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
This is the energy of the Acura RDX. The energy of performance and adventure. With super handling all-wheel drive. The Acura RDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura. Precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester for a test drive today.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about my friends at United Tire and Service. You know, United Tire wants to wish you and your family a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. If you need quick travel preparations, now is the time to save and make sure your car is ready for winter driving. United Tire has some of the best prices of the year, and when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service that your car needs. Happy holidays from United Tire and Service. And remember, don't drive alone, drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790 or biglou.com.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom time. Welcome in. Good Monday. Hearing the other day, Henry and I, Friday, looking at his Taylor Swift birthday. We once said, will she be known or will Sinatra be known 100 years from now? We kind of reduced it. 100's a long time. Somebody who still will be very, very prominent, famous, relevant. 25 years from now, we made it. All right? Make your case. It's all in the call. That and you heard, Steve, about the Philadelphia public schools. I don't know why Republicans are not on this. The Trump administration is. They're one of the groups being investigated around this. It's obvious we talk about this, but campuses are rife with this continuously, so much so that's our initial thought of what happened at Brown. May not be. Maybe in some ways even more widespread. It could be wanting to take out conservative students. This woman killed vice president of the Young Republicans, the first one killed. Or is this just a nut, not targeting anything? God knows what goes on in the mind. But what a weekend around all that. And again, what happened in Australia? They're going to do the same things. They're doubling and tripling down on more gun control. When they already have it, these weapons used were not necessarily the so-called assault rifles or whatever, but the police response was limited, and you had enough people there. It was target practice, and this definitively is related to Islamic radicalism. Call it what you will. That just seems to go on unabated routinely. All right, let's go to Gary in Newtown. Gary on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Dom, how are you? I want to thank Kirk or Henry, whoever gave me my walkout song from Queen. I'll take it.
Okay.
It was Henry.
Okay.
Thank you, Kirk.
That was Henry.
I need to I want to go back to Friday where I was very excited calling because I was very hungry. It took me at least 100 tries to call back from the parking lot. I finally got through, and I know you didn't do it on purpose, but we're going into the end of the year, and I want to make sure you didn't impugn my character by saying that I was bribed, because I was not bribed. The pizza was really good.
Oh, yeah, I think so, yeah. We put you down for that. And it appears to be, Roe unmasked this, Gary, that DJ's wife may have used Costco's pizza at a party once. I ate it, and I may have said, oh, this isn't too bad.
All right.
Oh, God, no.
Okay, all right, now we're getting somewhere. So I would rather not be known as the guy who went to Costco. I'd rather be known as the guy who modified one of your favorite sayings. And one of your favorite sayings is, conspiracies are better than sex to some people.
Yes.
And
yes.
I'm still waiting for my promo. My promo is, or was supposed to be, well, they are getting better for me every year that I get older.
Okay, we'll put that down for you. So,
let me. Conspiracies are better than sex to me every day that I get older.
All right, get Gary's wife on the phone here. We're going to have to hear the other side here of this whole thing. Yes. So, Gary,
yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, speaking of conspiracies, I think your side answer, you think this guy's still going to be prominent, huh?
I most certainly do, and I want to ask you. I'm actually glad that I wasn't able to take your call earlier, because the next time you have the guy on from Zionists of America, I would like you to ask him, if you don't already know, who is Ze'ev Jablonski. He was a Revidist Zionist from back in the early 1900s. If you don't know who he is, he was the guy who first coined the phrase "from the river to the sea." And the Palestinians actually adopted that and ran with it.
Yeah. Okay, I will.
So
who's your person?
That's really something. That's really something to know. And I believe that Tucker Carlson is definitely going to be to me, if you're not listening to him in context, then you shouldn't really mention anything about it.
All right, thank you, Gary. Tucker Carlson's relatively young, crazy, demons, the whole thing, has a pretty big platform. Because of what I say, conspiracy's better than sex. It's mostly all conspiracy.
Yeah. I think when you go off by yourself like that, you have your own show, you have your own podcast.
Right.
You're either going to boom or you're going to bust. And it looked like he boomed for a minute. I don't know about now.
Yeah, I don't know, 25 years from now.
You know, when there's no guardrails, when no one's saying no to you, it's hard to maintain that.
Yeah, he doesn't listen. Yeah. When you bring on this cockamamie historian who blames Winston Churchill for World War II intensifying with Hitler sitting there.
Yeah.
And people, for a moment, to your point, suck it up. They're going to continue to do that over the course of time.
It's going to dwindle and dwindle and dwindle, but he'll still have his loyal followers.
Yeah. Now, the list is out. I'll give you the top 10 if I can pull it up. Mediaite, we use a lot. They provide a lot of great sound. And annually, they tell us who are the most influential people in the media. If you have one that you think, Scott Jennings is number 25. And I think that's about where he belongs. Some of the others I quibble with. There's a lot of Fox people. The only talk radio person is Sean Hannity. He's at 8. But remember, he's TV on Fox, too. So they're just not giving enough to talk radio. And Joe Rogan is way down. I think he's very influential, even though I'm not a fan.
They don't respect the podcast.
Yeah, there's not as much podcasting. A lot of them are people like Suzanne Scott, who runs Fox. Now, she is a big-time media person. Yeah. I mean, Fox. 855-839-1210. Grab a line.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone. We've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2016.
With the holiday season upon us, there's nothing I'm more thankful for than being here with Crash Proof Retirement. You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And I mean, what's not to like about coming to Crash Proof Retirement? I would encourage everybody to have that same sense of security and peace for 2026.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer, and an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? 2026 Lexus models are here. They are moving fast. Tony Labello and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. showrooms. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For JD Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
The price of gold has risen to $4,000 per ounce. There's never been a better time to sell your unwanted gold jewelry. Immediate Cash for Gold is hosting a major buying event today through Thursday at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Bring in your unwanted, broken, or forgotten gold jewelry, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches. You'll receive a free evaluation and get paid cash on the spot. No pressure, no obligation. Top dollar offers are being made all week long. If it's gold, bring it. Gold chains, rings, earrings, bracelets, charms, estate pieces, even single earrings and broken jewelry. There's never been a better time to sell your gold jewelry than this event. It's going on today through Thursday from 10 to 5 at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Don't wait. Clean out those jewelry boxes and turn your valuables into instant cash. Again, turn your old jewelry into instant cash today through Thursday at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Sponsored by ImmediateCashForGold.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All right, it is Dom time. By the way, the news media now picking up the scent on this at the college GOP leader. She was the vice president. Among the victims in the Rhode Island may have been the one killed first. With Mark Halperin reporting, people are telling him she was the target or conservatives were the target. I'm not sure this economics review class would have been prime territory for that, but who knows on Hanukkah. But getting an answer out of the goofballs in Providence and Brown University, my goodness. You know, they're often ill-equipped. You have all that national media doing it, but it has been just a laugh show. And the gunman's still on the loose after the person they detained, they've now allowed to let go. Okay. I mentioned Mediaite. Now, we use a lot of sound from them. Their judgment, though, who are the real forces in the media that are shaping it? As I mentioned, talk radio not doing so well. In 15th place, Joe Rogan, only 15. 14th, Bill Maher. They have the Midas Touch. I only know them because I've seen them on with Scott Jennings. It's a young guy they send on. It's just a podcast that's anti-Trump from the opening whistle to the end. They have Jake Tapper at 10. I don't see that. They have Brett Baer at 9. Sean Hannity at 8. Matt Drudge at 7. Oh, man. Matt Drudge really has Trump derangement syndrome. Matt Drudge used to be number 1 in my mind. He's fallen off. Caitlin Collins at 6. Right. Oh, my God.
I didn't choose her
the
for a
torture. The torture. And at, I have to go to the other tab here for 5th place is David Muir. Oh, the phoniest of all from ABC, but he's got a big platform. Then you have Suzanne Scott. She runs things at Fox. Megyn Kelly at 3.
Oh, wow.
Joe Scarborough and Mika at 2, and the 5 at number 1. All right. So I don't know when they did it. He was alive where Rush came out, but certainly should have been in the top 5 of all of media. Rogan only had 15. That's a pretty big audience, and it's an audience that really influences election, the bro audience of sorts, and issue-oriented, a lot of conspiracy. I don't see – Tucker Carlson was in the 40s, I think. There's a lot of conspiratorial stuff in here, though. So, Henry, any comment from you? Do you think they were – The 5 is the highest-rated show in cable day after day after day for the reasons I went into.
Yeah.
So, I don't begrudge them. Joe and Mika, though, my God.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think
Yeah.
I think it is a tough top 2 there because you are going with like a show that's more than just one person.
Right.
Right, I get it. The 5, that's what makes it good. It is kind of 4 people just beating up on one person more often than not. And then with Mika and Joe, all they do is complain and cry and to each other on the morning. I don't know if I agree with those 2 being the top 2, but I think it's a nice balanced list at the very least.
Yeah, and Bill Maher, I think, has gained in prominence. He's got the HBO thing. He's on a lot of shows, and he's even-handed, even though liberal. We know where he stands. He's a wild card, and I like wild cards. They often are influential. He is a very influential guy comedically, and particularly if he were on this week, I'm surprised he doesn't break his hiatus of getting high and come on about Islam. And Charlie Kirk with him. Would you like to indulge when they did the podcast together? 855-839-1210. You get on board. So we still have the Brown gunman on the loose, but sense is that maybe young Republicans, one prominent one from Brown was there, could have been the target. I just think with Hanukkah being the day, I'm a little bit suspicious of that. But, boy, you talk about people that can't protect you, even cameras. This is a big Ivy League school. And the police are just inefficient beyond belief, and they're attacking the FBI now around this. And that happening the same time frame as the Australian thing is pretty remarkable. Got a great side question. We kind of nuanced the rules a little bit more. Somebody more contemporary that will be known 100, Joe of Exton, oh my God, will be known 100 years, 25 years from now. With Taylor Swift still, will she be prominent? Fading a hair, probably. I mean,
what?
The numbers are gargantuan. Yeah, I don't think it's quite as big of a thing as when she was doing the tour.
Oh, I disagree. Well, next tour, it's going to be the biggest thing on earth.
Okay, well, okay, right. Then back on, I'm just saying.
Documentaries, movies on it.
During this time frame, though, I think it's a little bit more, when you're at that level, it's pretty hard to sustain it that she was the biggest thing imaginable. I don't know if there's anybody, to your point, bigger right now, but I think you might be able to be contention. Is what I'm saying.
I don't think anyone's even in
No? Bad Bunny, somebody like that.
Bad
they're not
Bunny,
as big.
maybe.
Yeah.
With the international, but I could say the same
After
thing
the
about
Super
Taylor.
Bowl.
Yeah.
We'll see. Yeah. All right. So it's 855-839-1210. You get on board. I mentioned President Trump and Norman Vincent Peale. Saw it over the weekend that the father, Trump's father, was very involved with Norman Vincent Peale, and Trump picked up a lot from that. And there's a lot about the power of positive thinking. That's Norman Vincent Peale, who wrote more books, sold more books than almost anybody imaginable. When does he become delusional, though, is the question here. And Trump certainly has the ability to build up the case on this. Does that help him on the affordability thing? And I haven't had anybody really riled up bothering me on social media. He doesn't have to say affordability. I think he's got to do 2 things. He's got to show empathy on that, saying the hottest economy in the world. There are a lot of elements to that. Money is pouring in. But is that money filtering down yet? Are those factories being built? Yeah, but it takes a while. Now, Harry Hurley, who I had on, made a good point. He can point to it took about 18 months, 2 years for the Trump economy the first time around to flourish. It takes a lot to come out of the Biden economy. Explaining that in a step-by-step manner rather than blowing past it. In other words, 90% of what he says when he barnstorms a country ought to be on stuff like this, not just something that's entertaining. The other part of it is the Trump voter, getting them out to vote. The low propensity. They're not Republicans. They're not conservatives necessarily. Whatever the magic is of Trump, that's what they want. He's got to bestow that on these Republicans. And tomorrow, Ryan McKenzie is hosting the vice president on this very issue in the Lehigh Valley. That's where the midterms are going to be decided, places like that. Do I think that Brian Fitzpatrick will weather the storm and win in Bucks County? I'd say yes. Now, I was surprised on election night, but I would say he is such a figure there, getting out and about. He does all the right things in that. Yeah, that I think he wins, but I think it's going to be close. Maybe as close as the one time it was under a point or so that he won. We hope to have Jeff Van Drew on tomorrow. We think that's going to happen. He and others, though, are saying, what are we going to do on health care? And the answer is Republicans are not getting direction from the president. He doesn't want to go, if I had to read this, a year more of Obamacare subsidies being there. Okay, then, what's the plan? What are they going to be able to enact and put in? In the Senate, they think there's a deal, but Democrats would have to take the Republican forms and cut down on fraud. Democrats are not going to do that. Democrats don't want this to happen. Democrats want us to go off the Obamacare cliff. It's all in their advantage. People will have their premiums. Some of them will drop insurance. That's better for them for the midterms. So I don't see a deal possibly being made in the next few days. And if it's not made, then what happens? What happens is higher premiums. Then people will have to decide. How do Republicans dig out of that? That's going to be an interesting question. They can't agree on anything on this. And yes, Obamacare wasn't supposed to have this happen. We all know that. That's a given. But you know where the arrow is going to point. What is it Republicans offer? And I don't see it yet of something that they have. Let me take John, then we'll have Dom's Money Melody for a great prize coming up. Let's go to John in Reading. Hey, John, good afternoon.
Hey there, Dom. Yeah, so side question, someone's going to be influential in 25 years. I don't know if anyone's already said Elon Musk. But
yeah, Musk is already taken. Do you have another?
Okay, all right. No, that was it.
Okay. But, yeah, I think he will be, yes.
Yeah, but my main point is who was the gentleman talking about the anti-Israeli slant and all that sort of stuff in education?
Yeah, Steve Feldman and the Philadelphia Public Schools, yes.
Steve Feldman, yeah, okay. So, yes, that's reprehensible and stupid. But has there been like a cultural shift here? Because, especially in high school, I remember people thought teachers were full of it. You know what I mean? Like, when did they become such unquestioned authority figures to teenagers?
Right.
It seems like
whether they're effective, I hear you. Whether they're effective or not, TikTok is, and a lot of these kids bring it to school. And whether these teachers are as effective as you might think or not, they're still doing it, which is a lie. It's hateful. They ought to be called out. And they ought to be dismissed from the schools, or worse.
Yeah, but I mean, it almost seems like there should be a countercultural pushback, something organic, saying, this is what the man is telling me, but I'm not gonna follow that.
I hear you, John. That's a good sentiment. I hear what you're saying versus the teacher as authority, and why would you follow that? The answer is TikTok. TikTok has radicalized using Gaza. The propaganda on that is second to none. All right? And Gaza is a difficult situation. People are dying. We know all that. We know who causes it, though, Hamas. That's left out. So the sentiment is good. The sentiment, I get what you're trying to say. All right, right now, though, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, and Dom's Money Melody is sponsored by the Navy League Philadelphia, NavyLeaguePhilly.org. If you were in the Navy or military, you got to look these guys up, NavyLeaguePhilly.org. They were my hosts for the big event the Army-Navy game, watching it over in Manayunk with them. And, boy, what stories. You'll be hearing them. Kirk was there with me. We're taping people that had fabulous experiences in the military, including one guy who was a colonel in Somalia around the time of Black Hawk Down. Just riveting stuff. Great patriots, great people. Tom Metzger, the head of it. If you were in the service, in the military, check them out. You'll enjoy their company and the events they do and what they support. Yeah, the guy who was a colonel, Marine Corps colonel, was riveting. All right, so today we're playing for a pair of tickets. Big prize to see Chicago and Styx, July 21st, 2026 at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. All right, Henry.
Yeah, Dom. So today on the side question, we are asking for someone that will be relevant, noteworthy, still famous, a household name, if you will, in 25 years. Almost 25 years later, Freddie Mercury is still, I'd say, a household name. The former frontman of Queen has left us 24 years ago last month. But Queen's songs and music still shine through. One of the most iconic being Gary in Newtown's walkout music, We Will Rock You, with that stomp, stomp, clap, iconic beat. So I'm going to play you a cover of We Will Rock You today. I want to know the language or the country in which this cover is sang in. Something about this country in which it hails from. It's a basketball-crazed nation, Dom. And almost 25 years ago, they competed in the Olympics and wore some iconic uniforms within that Olympics, so iconic that they are enshrined in the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame to this day. So I want to know the country or the language in which We Will Rock You is being sang right here. Yeah, good luck with this one.
Boy, I'm telling you, that vocal coach, that's got to be rough on the voice. Man, this is tough. All right, so you heard the clues. Get that, and you're off to see the great Chicago and Styx July 21st. 855-839-1210. That's how you do it. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. Hey, my good friend, personal dental specialist and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz has exciting news to share. His daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, has successfully challenged and completed her board certification. That's no small feat. Now, with the Bentzes, you have over 11 years of training, 33 years of experience between them. Thrilling to know Dr. Emily Bentz joins Dr. Bentz in providing the best in customized, innovative care for the most complex dental cases like mine, in addition to the exceptional general dentistry services provided by Dr. Sarah Cooley Bentz. So it's a true Bentz family affair of dentistry there. When you have an issue that requires highly specialized care for perhaps a second opinion, just do what I did and call the Bentz Dental Group at 610-272-6949 or visit their website at Bentz Dental Group, BENTZ dentalgroup.com. And again, end of the year, maybe you still have some health benefit money. You're looking for a dentist. You haven't been satisfied. Give them a call. Get that initial look-see. 610-272-6949.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became #1 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
Just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad,
right.
which was the #1 beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Yep.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Now that we're in the heart of the holiday season, there is nothing better than coming home to a warm, welcoming space. That's why I want to share with you right away about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. This month, Chapman is making it easier than ever to upgrade your home with 24-month, zero-interest financing on any project, plus 20% off all siding. If your windows are drafty, maybe your doors are ready for an update, or your home's exterior needs a refresh for the new year, Chapman has got you covered. What I love about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is their craftsmanship, their care, their reputation as a trusted family-owned local company. They treat your home like it's their own. And during a season when comfort and togetherness matter most, that does make all the difference. So as you enjoy the holidays and all the people coming in and out of your home, make sure it's looking and feeling its best. Call Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. You can visit them, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Gold is now over $4,200 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 35 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 5 days only, Monday through Friday, 3 locations. Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, St. David's at the Radnor Hotel, and in Cherry Hill at the Doubletree. Gold is hotter than ever, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday. And I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone? Show me the money.
All right, we are looking for the language or the country. Here's the clue. Unbelievable.
I hope you guys know which countries love basketball, because I can't understand that at all.
All right, let's go to Kevin in Bucks. Language or country, Kevin? What do you have?
Boy. Oh my goodness, this is a tough one. I'm thinking Lithuania.
Nicely done.
That's what I was going to think of. The basketball clue. They're the only one that really stands out. Among basketball countries. They've been pretty good. Yeah,
1992 Olympics. They didn't have enough money to buy uniforms, so the Grateful Dead stepped in and funded their uniforms, their tie-dye uniforms in their iconic yellow, red, and green flag colors.
All right, so you got a pair of tickets to see Chicago and Styx. We'll probably have that again tomorrow. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. Good Christmas present. Thank you, Walter Kosk. I just saw this. It's now up to just out that 38 states, the average price of gas is under $3 a gallon. 38 states that hit. I think they're almost all red. You know, I'm looking at the map here. Maybe one of them's not, but 38 states are under $3. Where is Pennsylvania? Well, Pennsylvania, it would be a miracle to get under $3 a gallon. because of the state taxes. And those taxes are not just from Democrats. It's from menaces like Tom Corbett and a bunch of Republicans who are going to win elections by putting remember they voted for gas taxes. Corbett was one of them. The guy caught up in the sex harassment scandal with the allegedly, the Shapiro administration. He was one of the key guys that I remember. And a lot of those people got voted out of office. And I remember the yelling and screaming at me when we had them on. They were going to fix the roads, and SEPTA needed money. So that's why, on average, will Pennsylvania be under $3 a gallon? Doubtful. We'll see if they make it. I'm looking at the map. They're not on it. New York's not on it.
I did see one gas station have $2.99 gas
Sure,
this weekend.
sure. Yeah,
But
you're going to see
when I filled
some
up
right,
this morning,
right.
it's $3.05.
Yeah. I don't, given the burden of the state tax, which I think California might be higher. At one point, it was number 2 in the country, the burden from the state tax due to all this nonsense on gas. And Jersey historically was better, but then, of course, Christie made a deal. We will lower the sales tax a hair, but we're going to go up on the gas tax based upon some formula. And what happened? Murphy came in and said, I'm going to put the sales tax where I want. And they may put it up to, if that goes to 7% before Mikey Sherrill takes office, which it might in Jersey, just another example of the hypocrisy that they get away with. And nobody's going to convince me that Jack Ciattarelli didn't run a great campaign. And Harry and I may be differing a little bit here. Do I think he could or should run again? Yes. I'm not off board with that. I don't know what the guy did wrong. Well, it's 3 times now, though. I don't care about that. I don't. We'll see who the Republican is that surfaces here. But I just still am in shock over the whole thing. All right, we got the winner. Maybe he thought of the basketball thing. That was a good clue. By the way, the Inquirer over the weekend went on a tirade, not so much against Trump. Here's the line that you should hear again and again and again, they're saying, on the left. One day Trump will be gone, but his enablers will have to face the music. They're talking about Dave Sunday, the attorney general. The guy couldn't be more of a straight arrow just fighting crime. They're talking about Dave McCormick. They're talking about Fetterman. What they're saying is, we can't get at Trump. They're all on board with this, but we're going to get at you, not just in elections. We're going to persecute and prosecute you if you support Trump on anything. They're trying to make people fear the mob that's coming after them. And as I look at the midterms, they are energized. Yeah, but Dom, that's a long way. It's a year away. Guess what? They're going to be energized. They want to get at Trump no matter what he does, no matter how effective or not. It doesn't matter. They want to get at Trump. So the bottom line is we have to energize our people to see what the consequence of this will be. And that's where the dilemma is. Now, what happens if the big, beautiful bill and these other things kick in and the economy's doing well? And by that, I mean not just at the macro level, that people are feeling it. Well, then it's going to be close. But still, they don't care about that. And you have to accept that. You got to see what the opponent's about. You can't just wish it away if you're going to beat them. And we have to beat them. They have this hate-fueled rage. Will it burn out? No. Maybe after the midterms. Maybe after we see what happens with that. Now, if they win, there's still going to be enough of them that just want all-out persecution of Trump in any way that you can. They still want it. So I don't think this is going to burn out anytime soon. What's the antidote? Only one guy can do it with Trump voters. Around the edges, we can bring you the stuff that I think is going to be really good coming out of the big, beautiful bill. I mean, just think of how complicit the media is. We have billions of dollars that Dave McCormick was able to get in the big, beautiful bill. Got to give the guy tremendous credit. For people to have school choice. Story today at Axios. Philadelphia public schools are losing students
unbelievably, and yet they're still going to get more money. Where is the uptick? I think I have it right here. Some of the, I have it over here. Where did I put it? Yeah. They are losing students, but the uptick, says Axios, is with those that want charter schools. Philadelphia charter school student population is going in the other direction, rising more than 500 students year over year. Cyber charter schools added 600 students to their rolls. Here's the thing. You probably know this. They would have even more. They're capped. These miserable people will not let black and brown kids primarily and their parents pick safer and more effective schools. They want to dragoon them into the Philadelphia public schools where you have to worry about asbestos exposure, gang warfare, and ineffective teachers, to put it mildly. So why are the charter schools gone up and the cyber charter in numbers? They would gain 10,000 students. Getting in the charter schools, I'm writing about this, I would liken it to getting a seat at an Eagles game. You know, the seating license and everything else. What do the Eagles routinely? I think at one point they had 40,000 people on their list. They probably have 100,000 that would pay to watch Eagles football. Charter schools in demand in Philadelphia is exactly like that. And yet the decrepit Philadelphia public schools can't maintain even the students they have, except for places like Lincoln, where people here illegally are overwhelming the system, that they have to go to school. Why is there no revolt politically of these Democrats in Northeast Philadelphia? Did they think it's fine that an entire freshman class can go to school in trailers? Yeah, probably. It's a disease in Philadelphia, even Northeast Philadelphia. These moderate Democrats, they'll take anything. They want to vote Democrat, and that's it. What does it take? What kind of insult to say an entire group of kids, freshman class, is in trailers because they're overrun with illegal immigration? Yeah, well, it's trailer. It's good education. What do you say to your kid? Have a good day in your trailer, kid. Are they getting ready to be truck drivers or something?
There's no distractions in there.
That's right, no distractions. And they have a secret cove that goes into the school from all these trailers. That's what I've been told. My God, and it looks god-awful. I drove by it once. It's hard to believe. Thank you, Henry, for that aside. So, Philadelphia public schools losing kids, cyber charter, and particularly the charter schools gaining, but they're capped. You unleash those cap, and that mass charter school, they had 9,000 kids in a lottery at one point trying to get into the school. Why is that? Because these schools are effective, and parents know if they're not, they can pull their kid out. Why do the Philadelphia public schools exist? And what we talked about with Steve Feldman? They exist because they're a monopoly, because of the teachers union, because of every Democrat out there. They don't like choice because they know people would vote against it with their feet. And you mean to say we can't beat these people? We can, but you got to follow the roadmap. All right. Lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. You have to. I see Drew of Upper Darby. Yes, that might be a winner because it's not a person, but lazy sports writers nationally cling to this. They'll bring it up even 100 years from now. Do you know I want to tell you about Philadelphia? Yes. They cling to it. May have to be a side question. Things that happen in Philadelphia that may or may not be true that people still say. Yeah. I don't know if there's enough, but
I'd have to think about that.
This is one of the prime ones. You know, we all know the story. It's a little bit different than what the lazy sports writer says. Slow news day. Let's look at Philadelphia. Hey, imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season with Rescue. That feeling starts right now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sales let you save up to 78% on high-quality, research-backed, natural supplements so you can feel your best and enjoy every festive moment ahead. For over 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been the trusted wellness partner for millions of folks and their families across the country. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule.
That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials: powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue Product Consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com for up to 78% off this entire holiday season.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Frigid temperatures and icy conditions continue today after the storms over the weekend. SEPTA says the Center City Trolley Tunnel will remain closed for the rest of the month. And actor and director Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle were found dead in their home. It's being investigated as a homicide.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Inflation, interest rates, and the Fed. How to make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, Philadelphia. Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabits for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your greater Philadelphia area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Don time. By the way, Fox News confirming that U.S. House of Representatives alleges that they did cook the books in Washington. Remember that the head of the Washington police, and I think the question was about chain of command, and she said something like, "What's that?" We played that, Joseph, before.
And then the mayor had to step in immediately.
Yeah, the mayor had to jump into the ring and explain, a chain of custody, a chain of command, that's it. God, can you imagine your life depending on these people being in charge? Well, yeah, I believe, of course, they cooked the books. That's how they were trying to tell people that crime was on the downturn. We've seen that in Philadelphia before. I don't think now, but we have seen that before. And that plays into the hands of people like Larry Krasner big time. Now, over in Jersey, lame duck session. Are they really going to pass a law? I think in the House they will, that bans ICE agents from wearing masks. The legislation advanced Thursday along party lines out of a committee. The Justice Department sued California over a similar law. It can't fly. It's the supremacy clause. It's the feds here. And it's common sense. This idea that they shouldn't be able to hide their identity, given the doxing, given the craziness that's going on. Again, I have to point to you the town of Jenkintown. They've lost their mind with these people, with these activists coming in. All the police commissioner did there in Jenkintown was to kind of set some guidelines to refresh vis-a-vis ways they might help ICE. The activists in Montgomery County don't want the police in Jenkintown, for example, to be able to help secure a scene where ICE might be in the process of arresting people that are here illegally. They want the mob to be able to get at them. And what you're going to see at some point, ICE is going to be surrounded, and what are they going to have to resort to then, not to suffer serious bodily injury or death? Defending themselves. So we don't want to get into that situation. The mob of illegal immigrants infrastructure over in Montgomery County wants those situations. They think that will force ICE to not go after people in Montgomery County. And all it will do is push back more. Yeah, I'm looking at the picture of this police chief. Again, cooking crime data. Like, we didn't think this was happening. Again, good follow through on this. And it's a reason why these blue cities historically are so ineffectual. I'm not sure of the particular way they were cooking this, but they would take an incident that was more violent and try to, on the scene, plead it down a bit. I remember in Philadelphia way back when, if you went up and down the block smashing windows of a car, it was a famous incident. They wanted that count as one incident. Yeah, tell that to the 30 people who have to replace their windows on their car. It's 30 attacks. It's not one. Well, that's one incident of smashing windows. Yeah, you have to pay for that vandalism. Let's see if you think it's one. All right, let's go to, or I remember in one district, if the person died, not on the street, but died in the hospital, they were trying not to count that as a murder. The person died. What difference does it make? This is the nonsense they resort to. So they're really going after Chief Joseph, and maybe a reminder what the chain of command is. All right, Scott in Mount Laurel, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. Hey, quick before I get to my point, I just want to address, I did not in any way use a bot to have my vote.
Well, I know you did. I'm just saying we were kidding with the bot thing and all that. Newman Price is going to make sure one vote for one person.
What I'd like to see, I told you, is to have the vote on the air. That way all the people that listen to the show and call, really, you get a real indication of what people think of the quality of the callers, as opposed to, obviously we all contact our family and friends and say, hey, vote for me. I mean,
well, we'll do some of that. I mean, they're welcome to call in at any time, too. We do that. But, it's hard for some people to call in, Scott. So we got to rely on a broader thing here. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just going to get outweighed by the people that vote online. Obviously, the calling's not going to. The people that listen to the show are really going to get drowned out.
We take that into account. We're right now asking people who are the top 8 callers. Now, are you out, or have we talked you back in?
I'm out. I'm out. I think I would be interested in doing it if you had the voting during the show.
Okay.
But I think 2 years in a row of me calling and texting people saying vote for me was enough.
Okay. All right.
No pressure. No pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and like I say, even the year before, remember Earl of Tuckcoty, he edged me out at the end because he had some people vote at the end. And, so that's just the nature of the beast. That's why I love to, if I could get a real gauge on, hey, what are the callers and the people that actually listen to the show, to let them fight it out, and Joe of Exton would have a good chance to win. I think that would be really exciting. He's got no chance with the current method. I'm just saying that.
We'll see.
But anyway,
All right.
Anyway, back to the
who's your person?
topics of the day. I'm going to switch over to school choice. I tell you, they would. That is the issue of our time. And think about it. You said how many people are lining up for these charter schools. It's absolutely true. Can you imagine how many people would be leaving public school if they had 5 choices or 10 choices?
Right.
Remember,
and you know what they say,
people...
Scott? Oh, my God. Well, what's going to happen to the kids left in the public school? And my answer is, kindly, if their parents don't care enough and they don't care enough, oh, well, we're not going to hold kids hostage, the other kids and their parents who want out hostage.
Yeah, the kids that are left in the public school are going to be the ones that are so incorrigible that no private school wants them. And that's
exactly.
Let them,
yeah.
And they'd have to shape up and be decent people so that they could function in a normal society or in a normal school.
Exactly. All right, who's your person, Scott?
My person is Michael Jackson. He's like a Sinatra of his era. I mean, he is the ultimate entertainer that no one will ever forget. And even now they're doing this MJ, the musical, and it's selling out over and over, months and months. He is larger than life.
I would agree. He'll still be very prominent 25 years from now. I don't think he's Sinatra, though. There won't be stations dedicated to him. There won't be that kind of stuff.
I don't know. I think after he's taken some pretty bad PR hits after his death here.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if he can come back from that, seeing as how he's not alive.
Okay.
I agree. The music, the thing. He's very iconic. I agree.
Yeah, we could check the end of the year stats of how much the estate gained in a year, and I think he and Elvis are still right up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, big time. All right, so final roundup here, the lightning round. I like Drew's. Joe of Exton. It's on brand so much, though. It's unbelievable. All right, that's all coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
CNN is trying to convince people that Trump's deportations are bad because Modelo and Corona sales are plummeting. Because you just assume that Mexican people drink Mexican beer. I like
love
Corona.
Mexican beer.
I love Corona.
I like Dos Equis, Modelo, Corona. You know why Modelo became #1 2 years ago in 2023? Do we need to do revisionist history here?
Just going to say that.
Because Alyssa Heinerschneid thought sticking Dylan Mulvaney in a Bud Light ad,
right.
which was the #1 beer in America, tanked. And who took off? Modelo.
Yep.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When your heater takes a holiday during the holidays, don't panic. Horizon Heating and Cooling's here. When you're juggling shopping lists, dinner parties, and who's picking up who at the airport, the last thing you want to hear is, "Why is the heat not coming on?" No sweat. Call Horizon for our no emergency fee service and unbeatable savings. And right now, get up to $5,000 off a next-day HVAC system install plus flexible financing. Book horizonservices.com today.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. I want you to come away with me to stunningly beautiful Portugal. Yes, what the Roman Empire called Finisterre, the end of the earth, we'll be calling home for 10 days next spring. So if you've loved our events in Italy, oh my goodness, what a treat in store for you, designed just for us, for our listeners at 1210. Dining at the wineries rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort, along with 4-star accommodations. 5738, yes. That includes your airfare from Philadelphia. I want you to call now, 888-733-9494, or you can go to conservativetours.com. And Portugal isn't just a playground of the world's jet set. We'll learn how this sea-facing land became a world power. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais, Chalon, they're worth the crossing, but there's more. Santiago de Compostela in Spain, drawing pilgrims in a passionate way. We'll learn why together. conservativetours.com. Tell them Dolan sent you.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right. Who will still be really famous 25 years from now? That's who we're looking for. By the way, seeing the next wave trending on Twitter, and they're right, Islamophobia. Now, in Australian places like that, suicidal empathy, they're calling it. In other words, empathy for this out-of-control mob reaction that we see again and again and again. Of course, not all Muslims, but significant numbers who engage in this. It's an attack on Western civilizations, not just Australia, not just the United States. And you have people in charge who will get more people killed. They will not face up to it. All right, let's go to Drew in Upper Darby on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Drew, what do you have today?
Cue the theme song.
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. You know, Dom, just for the record, I told you before, I've never been on a computer in my life. I couldn't vote for myself if I wanted to. Last year, I got 2 votes, I think, my wife and my brother. So it's all good. But as far as the side question, Dom, there's sportscasters who haven't even been born yet. And they're going to talk about that fateful day in Philadelphia when the Philadelphia Eagles fans threw snowballs at Santa.
Yep.
Thanks, Dom.
Every time we get in the World Series, even, not even football, you'll hear that play out.
They'll mark the 100-year anniversary of it.
Oh, yeah, they will. And it was the skinny guy that put a sack. We had Joe Koharic as a coach, general manager, plane flying over Joe Musco. Toward the end of the year, they didn't have a Santa, and they did it. So there you go. We did throw stuff at other times, too. That's true, though. Joe of Exton, jackpot today.
Now cue the theme song.
Hey, Joe. Good afternoon.
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon. My person, whose name will be remembered in 25 years, is the former radio host, Dennis Prager. Dennis Prager is able to expound on human nature with the wisdom and understanding of a sage.
Well, Joe, I might say, yes, he is what we used to call a public intellectual, and you are the public intellectual of this show.
Right. The Byzantine Empire calls.
Yes. I think he goes off after the end line, the sage line. He throws it out, and he's off the ether.
I wouldn't say anything after sage either.
It used to be in a time in America they put really smart people on TV, like William Buckley, people like that. And people actually watched and bought it. Today, I don't know. You put really smart up there, and it's like, get this guy out. He's too smart.
Do we have a lot of smart? That's the thing. I don't think we're seeing a lot of smart.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's go to the Earl of well, Elon Musk is, but I don't think he can articulate it. I mean, he's into his own mind. All right, Earl, what do you have today?
If I can, real quick, I find it ironic that the same people who said that every Trump voter should be arrested and thrown in jail after January 6th because mainly Antifa went and beat up the Capitol Police are the same people who are saying we should go out and we should assault ICE officers. And ICE is actually law enforcement itself. And the fact that, apparently you can beat up one cop and not another.
Okay, gotcha. What's your side today, Earl?
And I'm going to go old school. I'm going to go Bing Crosby. Now, granted, his popular music isn't played anymore. I doubt anybody's even heard any of his popular songs, and he's listed as having recorded more songs than any other person. But his Christmas music remains, and every year they always play his Christmas music. He has a couple of Christmas movies, and every year they resurrect his ghost. And, I mean, the man died on a golf course in Spain in 1977, and we're still listening to his music today.
All right. Yes, I don't think people would identify it, though. You know what I mean? The music is there. They wouldn't know who it is. If you walked down the street in Philadelphia and said Bing Crosby right now. Some other answers we can't get to. Tom Brady, Saquon Barkley, Vivek Ramaswamy.
Oh.
Try pronouncing that 25 years from now, Vivek.
Try spelling it.
All right, Kurt, what do you have? Who did you like?
This is
Who did you-
hard. This is hard.
Yeah.
So I got to go with Lance.
Lance, the first caller, and Lance's was
Yeah.
what?
Elon Musk.
Musk.
Yeah.
Okay,
This is hard.
That
so-
was kind of the chalk.
Yeah.
Henry, how about
yeah,
you?
I like Joan Columbus's answer of Shohei Ohtani.
Okay.
I like Drew and Upper Darby's answer of Santa throwing snowballs, and I like the Earl of Tacony's answer with Bing Crosby because, we don't get any new Christmas songs. It's Bing Crosby year after year. So
Yeah,
why not?
do
Why not another 25 years of
identify
Bing?
who it is, though? That's the only thing I would say. They
I,
get the
I, I
song.
would say if you said, "Oh, the guy from the Christmas songs," they'd be like, "Oh,
Okay.
I love Mele Kalikimaka."
All right. I like the Elon Musk. Yeah, I got to say, it was the chalk. We could have taken. I see it. He's young enough.
Yep.
The stuff is bold enough. It is the future.
And for the record, I was with in the Henry camp because Henry camp earlier.
All right, I would have gone with Drew's, but I think it's way outside the box. Elon Musk wins. All right, we'll have more tomorrow. Richie always next. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.